Good evening. I declare the Council Members' Ordinary Council meeting open at 6 p.m. this evening. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Wajak Noongar Budja, and I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo, and I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. Attendances, item 1. I'd just like to take this time to acknowledge Sabine Winton, member for Wanneroo, who's in our chamber today, and the Minister for Education. Welcome, Sabine. We have received requests for electronic attendance from Councillor Seif, and I have approved this request. Councillor Seif, would you now make your declaration prior to participating in the confidential part of this meeting, please? Councillor Seif, are you able to make your your statement, please?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. In accordance with section 14CA in brackets 5, I, Councillor Seif, declare that I can maintain confidentiality whilst attending the closed part of this council meeting electronically.
Thank you. Tonight we also have received a request for electronic attendance from Councillor Smith, who is overseas, and I'll just ask my fellow council members to vote on accepting Councillor Smith into the meeting electronically. Could you please now vote? Thank you. So I have 8, and Councillor Seif, I have 9, so that's a total support of Councillor Smith coming into the meeting. Let the record show that Councillor Smith has been authorised by Council to attend this ordinary council meeting by electronic means in accordance with the details as signed in the request documentation submitted on the request form dated the 16th of December. When Councillor Smith is online, could you accept Councillor Smith? Councillor Smith, you have, that's good. Councillor Smith, could you please make your declaration prior to participating in this meeting? Thank you.
Sure. In accordance with section 14CA5, I, Councillor Smith, declare that I can maintain confidentiality whilst attending the closed part of this council meeting electronically.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. We now, item 2, apologies and leave of absence. We have Councillor Huntley, who's on a leave of absence, Councillor Coetzee, who's on a leave of absence. Councillor Smith is on a leave of absence, but she's attending remotely. Councillor Van Nieuwen is on a leave of absence and Councillor Wright is on a leave of absence. We have no new requests for a leave of absence. We now go to item 3, public questions and statement time. The following rules, general rules, apply to public question and statement time. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of the local government and should not be personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting the local government will be considered at a council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at a specific council members or a city employee. Questions are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or a city employee. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement may address council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Now, we've got a few questions that have been sent to us prior to the meeting, and I will respond to those questions. On item PQ01 1225 from Mr O Wolf from Wanneroo, that is CP02 1225 on the agenda tonight, Wanneroo Recreation Centre. His first question is, can the city planners explain the rationale behind seemingly disregarding the high level of positive community support for the original design while proceeding with the revised plan despite its overwhelmingly negative community feedback? And the approved response by the Director of Community and Place states, the City has not disregarded the high level of positive support for the original design. This support has underpinned the Council's decision to progress planning for the facility through previous project phases. However, through the detailed design phase of the project, some elements of the original design were found to present challenges in relation to vegetation retention, bushfire risk, and proximity to Lake Joondalup. The revised plan addresses these challenges and allows the facility to continue to be delivered in the vicinity of the original site. Mr Wolf's second question is, regarding the environmental impact, can the city planners confirm the specific number of mature, high-value trees that will be removed for the revised footprint, and what specific mitigation strategies are in place to protect the endangered snake-necked turtle habitat? The approved response by the Director of Community and Place states, the current concept design proposes that the facility may be located on the soccer pitch, which avoids the need to remove any mature, high-value trees. However, 3 small trees planted by the city behind the goals will need to be removed or relocated. Question 3 from Mr Wolf. In light of the identified $10.4 million budget shortfall, what is the administration's proposed strategy for closing this gap without impacting other services or increasing ratepayer burden? The approved response by the Director of Community and Place. Administration intends to apply to the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism and Sport for funding through the Community Sport and Recreation Facilities Fund during the next available funding round, seeking a contribution of $2.5 million. Other grant funding options will continue to be explored by administration. Should these funding opportunities not be realised, then Council will need to consider how to fund the shortfall using municipal or reserve funding. This is outlined on page 269 of the report. I have a question from Mrs E. Martin from Carramar on CP02 1225, the Wanneroo Recreation Centre. 1. Will Council vote for option 2 as the community has overwhelmingly rejected Scenic Drive Park as a suitable location for the proposed sports hub? Approved response by the Director of Community and Place. This is a decision for Council and not administration. I have a question from Mr Josh. No last name was provided on CP02 1225, Wanneroo Recreation Centre. What specific constraints prevent the Wanneroo Recreation Centre from being redeveloped on its existing site, and how do these outweigh the environmental impacts of clearing and developing a new location? The approved response by the Director of Community and Place states, page 264 of the report outlines the constraints of redevelopment of the existing site, namely the need for an expanded footprint which would require the removal of a significant number of trees and relocation of existing amenities such as the playground and petanque pitch. This option was assessed and found not to be feasible due to the challenges, high costs and environmental impacts. Question from Mrs Seabrack from Wanneroo. Item 4.10, CP02 1225, the Wanneroo Recreation Centre. Can the council please confirm if they intend voting on these options this evening, contradicting the motion previously passed to defer to January, noting that to vote for option 1 is directly against the current feedback and wishes of your constituents, the people you represent? The approved response by the Director of Community in Place is that this is a decision for council. Her second question is, noting that the initial concept design in 2023, community engagement was sought during the Christmas school holiday period, much like this current discussion, to an outcome of only 59 respondents. Does the council believe this timing would adequately reach an optimum amount of community engagement, given most families are otherwise focused or absent, given the contrast of this year's mid-year engagement reaching 359 respondents with a 71% majority against the revised concept? At this point, I would like to acknowledge the appreciated efforts of Councillor Jordan Wright, who is always helpful, open for an objective conversation and continually posts information via Facebook to keep his constituents updated with relative matters concerning residents. The approved response by the Director of Community in Place states the City's community engagement policy states that where practicable, no engagement is to take place between the last council meeting of the calendar year and the first council meeting of the new year, unless specified by council, a legislated requirement or business as usual. Community engagement on the initial sports hub concept design took place between November 2023 and January 2024, and an extended consultation timeframe was implemented to ensure that there was sufficient opportunity for community members to provide feedback. Historically, the City has generally received strong responses to proposals advertised for public comment over the Christmas-New Year period. A question from Mrs C. Cundall from Wangara on CPO2 Wanneroo Recreation Centre. According to SLR Consulting Australia's report, the objective of the Turtle Management Plan is to manage interactions with oblong turtles prior to and during construction of the new Sports Hub building, and to minimise negative outcomes for oblong turtles, including injuries and death. If option 1 is supported, what plans do the City propose to minimise negative outcomes for oblong turtles, including injuries and death, after construction? The approved response by the Director of Community in Place. As noted on page 261 of the report, the City will continue to work with DBCA and community partners to monitor and address risks to turtle populations in Yellowgonga Regional Park. The Turtle Management Plan, attachment 8 of the report, prepared by SLR Consulting, is specifically designed to manage risks before and during construction of the Sports Hub. The City's Yellowgonga Integrated Catchment Management Plan outlines ongoing protective action of the oblong turtles. Strategies include long-term water quality and stormwater management programs, annual biodiversity surveys, habitat restoration and revegetation works, ongoing fox control and community education initiatives. Mrs Cundall's second question is, Admin has now provided its reasons for deeming Bembridge Park and Willesby Park as unsuitable locations. Together they are adverse impacts on surrounding residents, create traffic issues on local roads, impact on the recreational use of the park by local residents, restricted vehicle access, vegetation clearing requirements, impact on local amenity. Collectively, community members have provided all of those reasons for Scenic Park being an unsuitable location. Does admin support the community's view that those same issues apply to Scenic Park, therefore providing cause for it to be deemed unsuitable location? B, if admin dismisses those issues with regards to Scenic Park, will they also be dismissed from Bembridge Park and Willesby Park, therefore providing a cause for them to be considered as suitable locations? The approved response by the Director of Community in Place. It is acknowledged that Bembridge Park and Willesby Park were deemed unsuitable for some of the same issues in relation to Scenic Park. Administration's assessment is based on the degree and significance of these constraints and the fact that there are already existing facilities at Scenic Park. Additionally, site constraints at Scenic Park are considered to have been addressed through technical assessments during the design phases. In response to the second question, the same assessment criteria is applied consistently across all sites. For issues to be addressed at Bembridge Park and Willesby Park, more detailed technical assessments would be required. For that to occur, Council would need to direct administration to undertake this work as part of any decision to investigate alternative sites for a sports hub facility. Question 3. Admin has now provided its reasons for deeming East Wanneroo Precinct 3 public open space an unviable alternative at this time. They include the site has not been subject to detailed planning in option 1. Admin refers to Scenic Park's current concept design and it would involve continuing with detailed design. Does the lack of detailed planning also deem Scenic Park unviable at this time? The approved response by the Director of Community Place states the Scenic Park location has been considered through community engagement, master planning and feasibility investigations as provided in the report and attachments. Additionally, detailed site investigations are considered to have addressed known site constraints and proposed solutions to address them. Question 4 from Ms Cundall. Also regarding Precinct 3, Admin states this site is outside the catchment of the proposed sports hub and would need to accommodate future community demand generated by East Wanneroo development. A. How has Admin defined the catchment of the proposed sports hub? B. Will use of the new sports hub be restricted to residents of that catchment? C. If so, how will that be policed? D. If not, why is it a catchment area relevant? E. To determine the community demand, what has been done to compare the number of current users of Scenic Parks and Wanneroo Recreation Centres facilities who reside within the catchment of the proposed sport hut with those who reside beyond it? 4. Admin reports that investigations into the site bounded by Christopherly Avenue, Leach Road, next to Wanneroo Sports and Social Club deem it a viable option. Will Admin pursue further investigation into the logistics of building on that site before ruling it out or proceeding further with the Scenic Park site? The approved response by the Director of Community and Place states, Attachment 1 of the report outlines the catchment for the proposed sports hub, with the neighbourhood 2 kilometres and district 5 kilometre catchments, which is then used to determine needs and viability for the facility. Use of the facility is not restricted to the people within the catchment area. Facility planning considers other similar facilities within or adjacent to the catchment area and the level of utilisation of those facilities experience. In relation to the site at Christopherly Avenue, Leach Road, administration will investigate this site further if directed to by Council. The fifth question from Ms Condell is, with regard to a more general location in East Wanneroo, Admin reports that a detailed assessment of the suitability of locations in East Wanneroo to accommodate the sports hub facility has not been undertaken. Potential locations will also be required to meet the needs of the new population generated by the East Wanneroo development. Administration does not consider this broad location to be a suitable alternative at this time. Sites in East Wanneroo are also outside the catchment of the proposed sports hub, A, because the population of East Wanneroo is forecast to grow to 150,000 and, in response to Councillor Figg's question during last week's briefing, Admin stated that the population growth within the catchment area for the recreation centre is estimated at 133,044 within a 5 kilometre radius by 2041. Why is the necessity to build a sports hub in Central Ward more urgent than meeting the needs of the new population generated by East Wanneroo development? B, because parts of the East Wanneroo district structure plan area fall within a 5 kilometre radius of Scenic Park, why are sites in East Wanneroo deemed to be outside the catchment of the proposed sports hub? The approved response by the Director of Community in Place. The need for the Wanneroo Sports Hub is being driven by the need to replace and upgrade ageing facilities in the Wanneroo Recreation Precinct and account for future growth in this area. This may initially include new residents from East Wanneroo, but as that area grows, it will warrant facilities of its own. Question 6 from Ms Cundall. Following last week's briefing, Admin has added a summary of costs incurred to date to the OCM agenda. It also notes that some of these costs, in particular the expenses associated with the initial concept and revised concept stages, would be sacrificial should the Council decide not to proceed with the development of the Sports Hub facility at Scenic Park. Those specific costs total $345,000. In July 2025, the City of Wanneroo adopted its 2025-26 budget, which included $1.3 million to progress the design of a new sports hub for the Wanneroo Recreation Centre. Given that there is still almost $1 million allocated but not yet expended, why is expenditure to date seem sacrificial when it has been utilised for the purpose for which it was budgeted? The approved response by the Director of Community in place. The funds have been used in accordance with the budget allocated by Council. The intent of the comment in the report was to highlight that if Council does not proceed with the option of Scenic Park, then expenditure incurred in progressing investigation and design work specific to that site will be sacrificial in relation to delivering an outcome at Scenic Park. Question 7 from Ms Cundall. At last month's OCM, Council accepted a tender of $3 million for the construction of a sports amenities building at Abbeyville Park, Mindarie. By comparison with the proposed sports hub, this is a relatively small project, yet is an indication of how a smaller building on a smaller site with an inherently smaller car park is a possible solution to the siting of facilities to accommodate the needs of the community. A, what reasons are there for not investigating or considering the option of dividing one large sports hub into several smaller sports centres on alternative, smaller sites? B, using Abbeyville Park as an example, how cost-effective would the construction of multiple sports centres be compared with the current all-in-one proposal? The approved response by the Director of Community and Place states, delivering facilities across multiple smaller sites can be done, however would come at an additional upfront capital cost as well as increased ongoing operational and asset management costs. There are benefits in co-locating functions within a single facility, and the City aims to optimise the cost-benefit to the community by incorporating multiple compatible functions where possible. And the 8th question from Ms Condell states, given the number of councillors whose leave of absence has been approved at this time, including both Central Board councillors, the scope of the proposed works and the financial, policy and environmental implications of the project, would it not be prudent to defer voting on this item until a full council is present? The approved response by the Director of Community in Place states, this is a decision for council, therefore no administration comment can be provided. And so Ms Newton has questions that she will raise from the floor about this item. Ms Newton, would you like to take the podium and ask your questions stating your name and the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was still writing my questions when I went online and booked a spot. My first question, first thing, thank you for allowing me to ask a question tonight, and also good evening, Mayor, councillors, staff and community. I wish there were more councillors in here. Would you believe me if I told you that I'd been given proxy votes for those that are not here for CPO2? No, you wouldn't. I did try. One of my first questions that popped into my mind is, where did the idea of a sports hub emanate from? Originally, when council sat down here some years ago and decided that the recreation centre had been abandoned for a number of years, even though there are millions of dollars in reserves for in assets to maintain and upgrade existing facilities, not much has happened there over the years. The reason the rec centre came to the fore was a lack of meeting space for people. there was no mention of building a building on the soccer pitch or taking away a sport in order to provide a sport. That doesn't make any sense to me. So where did the word sports hub emanate from? Was that from administration or was that from the community?
Ms Davis?
Thank you for your question, Ms Newton, and through yourself, Mayor, I'd like to refer the question to Mr Stoltz.
Mr Stoltz?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for your question, Ms Newton. The idea for the sports hub emanated from the needs and feasibility work that was done looking at what was the best option to replace or upgrade the Wanneroo Recreation Centre. As part of those outcomes, it was determined that we couldn't deliver all of the outcomes that needed to be delivered on the one site. The decision was made by Council to investigate 2 facilities, a sports hub dealing with the sports-related functions and a community hub dealing with the community functions.
Thank you, Ms Newton.
Thank you. In July, CPO1 Council endorsed a guiding concept design on a vote 11-0. The following report was East Wanneroo Community Facilities Plan. Listed were the proposed recreation centres, sports fields. Why was a sports hub not considered at that time a more appropriate location than coming down to what is left of our environment, i.e. Yellowgonga Regional Park?
Mr Stoltz?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks again, Ms Newton, for your question.
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything he's saying.
Sorry,
I don't know
my
about anybody
apologies.
else.
Can you hear me now, Dot? Yeah, as I wasn't there at that time, my understanding was that they would have been 2 separate items that were considered: the future planning for community facilities to meet the needs of East Wanneroo community, and the issue to consider the asset management issues at the Wanneroo Rec Centre.
It's not noted in the report anywhere, but the population around this proposed site is going to remain static, where East Wanneroo will be growing and growing. So that's why I thought that would come up in that CPO2 report in July. What amount was initially calculated to renovate the existing centre?
Mr Stoltz?
Thank you, Mayor. I have to take that question on notice. I don't have that information on hand.
I'm sure it wasn't 21 million. How many times has the Wanneroo Recreation Centre Upgrade Project Working Group met since you had the terms of reference last year?
Mr Stoltz?
Thank you, Mayor. Following Council's decision to establish the terms of reference, my understanding is that the function of that committee was incorporated into the city's strategic projects working group, and was not implemented subsequent to that. I'd have to confirm how many times that group has met since that time.
So,
Thank you. You have another question.
did that decision come back to the community? Because the terms of reference was quite clear in that report that was tabled in a council report.
Mr Stoltz?
I'll have to take that one on notice. There was a council resolution relating to that, so I'll have to confirm what decision was made in relation to not progressing that action.
I can tell you my research, I wasn't able to find any reference to it after that point.
You have another question.
I have another question. The question is, has council sat and read one of the attachments today, you know, that's listed separately on the internet, and a guy decides that he can put a fence around the site to keep the turtles from crossing it, and also examine the site, and if they find a turtle, take it back to the lake. Has any government department, environment or otherwise, sanctioned this, what to me is a stupid idea?
Mr Stoltz?
Thank you, Mayor. As noted in the report, that's a draft plan, and we note that we need to engage further with state government and partners on whether that's an appropriate plan to address that issue.
Thank you. Ms Newton, you've had 3 minutes for your
Thank
question.
you. I don't have any other questions. I wish I'd got the answers to some of them. I wish you all a safe and happy Christmas, and please make the right decision tonight, Council.
Thank you, Ms Newton. So I have some questions in writing that I'll read the answers to that we've received before the meeting, and it's about PQ 07-1225, fast food outlets along Wanneroo Road. Given the growing number of fast food outlets being approved along Wanneroo Road, particularly those located directly opposite residential areas, what measures is the council taking to manage the visual impact of cluttered signage and maintain the amenity and character of the neighbourhood? Are there plans to review zoning or signage regulations to address community concerns about aesthetics and livability? The approved response by the Director of Planning and Sustainability states the City's Local Planning Policy 4.6 signage establishes a robust framework for signs to minimise visual clutter, preserve character and support safety along major corridors like Wanneroo Road. Any proposed sign is assessed against the Local Planning Policy and District Planning Scheme No. 2 provisions. The City recently undertook a review of Local Planning Policy 4.6 signage, which was approved by the City's Policy Review Committee. The policy can be reviewed at any point if required or requested by Council. In regards to zoning regulations, the City's DPS2 establishes the land, which land uses are permitted, discretionary or not permitted within each zone. Fast food outlet is currently defined as means premises, including premises with facility for drive-through service used for the preparation, sale and serving of food to customers in a form ready to be eaten, A, without further preparation and B, primarily off the premises. It is important to note that the land use definition for fast food outlet does not enable the City to differentiate small locally fast food business to that of larger fast food corporations. Any controls can only apply to the land use type in the different zones. Should Council wish to explore the option of restricting fast food outlets in certain areas, the appropriate mechanism would be to initiate a scheme amendment to alter the permissibility of the relevant land use within certain parcels of land or zones. While the City could proceed with such an amendment, the Minister for Planning is ultimately the approving authority for all scheme amendments. Any restriction applied to the land use category of fast food outlet will affect all operators, including both small, locally owned businesses and large fast food corporations. The second question from Ms Allison is, additionally, how is the Council balancing these approvals with strategies to support small, locally owned businesses rather than large, unhealthy corporate chains to maintain economic diversity? The approved response by the Director of Planning and Sustainability states, under the planning framework, applications must be assessed on their planning merits against the local planning scheme and relevant policies. Council cannot lawfully preference or exclude a business based on ownership structure, brand, or whether it is a local or corporate operator. I have a question from Mr M. Kayakob from Tapping about the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct. 1. Does the City's Employees Code of Conduct, Employment Contracts and CEO and Council of the City of Wanneroo require the officers of the City to observe all laws of Western Australia to the letter of the law? The approved response by the Director of Assets states yes, as they apply to the work conducted by the City. Mr Kayakob's second question is, to the CEO, on notice, as I appreciate the CEO was not employed during this period, the City's consultant noted in their report that the City is not licensed for this development on this site. How could officers, whilst observing the laws of Western Australia, advise Council to approve the NRRP when knowing, despite the ASP 17 Amendment 7, DPS 2, Amendment 202 to the DPS 2 and the Neerabup Industrial Area and a previously failed clearing permit, that it is the PD 11-1008 Neerabup Energy Precinct Plan that governs the strategic planning for this precinct and not the zoning, and the gazetted reservation for Lot 600 removes and prevents the officers' attempts to use Lot 600 for any purpose lawfully other than 3 power providers, i.e. power supply, not energy generation. The approved response by the Director of Assets states the subject site was reserved by the State Government under the Metropolitan Regional Scheme Amendment 1156/57 and 2008/9 for a public purposes special use. At that time, the land was envisaged as a power precinct and was supported by an energy precinct management plan to help guide the state government when determining development applications on the land. However, the broader intent of the reservation is to accommodate major infrastructure uses that do not fit neatly within standard zoning categories. Any future facility would require separate statutory approvals, either through a development application or a public works process. Consultation with the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage confirmed the suitability of the current for the resource recovery precinct. The City will continue to work with the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage on this development. Council has not approved any development. Council has only endorsed a strategic master plan, approved the appointment of Tallis Consultants and commenced a formal community engagement policy. Question 3 from Mr Kayakob. To the CEO, on notice, as I appreciate the CEO was not employed during this period since prior to January 2007, report CSO 60107, the officers of the City of Wanneroo have known about Lot 600 being reserved for a power precinct, including the removal of all of Lot 600 from the Neerabup Industrial Zone. Reserved and gazetted by the West Australian Planning Commission Amendment 1156/57 for a power precinct, not energy precinct, yet this law has never been accepted by the City's officers. Report PD 11-10/08 and the 3 attachments explain this. Advertised by the officers on June 2014 for EOIs for energy generation, not power generation, and by 3rd of March 2015. Officers started referring to this precinct as an energy generating facilities precinct, not a power precinct, and used to entertain waste to energy facility in approximately 2014 for the first time on public record in breach of the WAPC Gazettal. How then can the officers supply a report to Council recommending approval for the NRRP master plan for a development that could not be approved upon Lot 600 Wattle Avenue, Neerabup, when the officers of the City of Wanneroo have known about Lot 600 being reserved for a power precinct since prior to January 2007, report CSO 60107, have consistently denied and refused to accept its reserving and special use and refer to it as an energy generating facilities precinct, and have entertained EOIs for waste to energy proposals since 2014-15, despite the Western Australia Planning Commission Gazettal specifying a power precinct for 3 power plants. The approved response by the Director of Assets states the Neerabup Resource Recovery Precinct Master Plan was prepared having regard to the current public purposes, that is special use reservation over Lot 600, and was developed in consultation with the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage. The public purposes reservation is intended to allow flexibility for infrastructure-related uses, not limited to a single facility type, where those uses align with state planning objectives and, where applicable, are supported through statutory assessment. The Energy Precinct Management Plan was never endorsed by the WAPC and therefore has no statutory weight to guide land use or development. It was a guiding document prepared to inform coordinated infrastructure planning at that time. It does not override the Metropolitan Regional Scheme or prevent consideration of other appropriate infrastructure uses considered with the reservation, subject to state and local government approvals or processes. I have another question from Mr Kayakob on the same issue. In regard to NRRP site selection, what was the City's brief to 1, itself to select 4 possible sites, 2, for itself to assess, 3, for its own project, 4, whilst conducting its own due diligence, 5, on a site owned by the City freehold, 6, then to select its own site for its own project. 7, present its own report recommending approval. 8, refuse to observe its own town planning documents. 9, refuse to observe its own amendments to ASP 17 and DPS 2. 10, select the city's own site WAPC had gazetted as a specific power precinct. 11, select a site that, due to its reserving PPSU power precinct, does not under the MRS or the city's own planning documents accept a waste facility as per your consultant's advice. Approved response by the Director of Assets states an assessment of the 4 sites identified that lot 600 was the most suitable site, taking into consideration several assessment criteria which are contained in the master plan report. The 5th question from Mr Kaobob on this item is, as the NRRP is not a confidential item, can the CEO please provide all officers' declarations of perceived or actual conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise, in regard to the NRRP? All officers' notes and internal reports regarding their advocacy to all stakeholders identified in the NRRP Master Plan Final Report, including state government ministers, staff, agents and agencies. The approved response by the Director of Assets states information requested is for administration purposes, noting that the preparation of the NRRP Master Plan has followed the city's established governance, policies and processes. The 6th question from Mr Kaobob on this item is, can the Mayor please advise when this council was advised of the NRRP, when the formal councils and when the former councils were advised of the NRRP? The approved response by the Director of Assets states Master Plan was presented to Council in December 2024. However, there were updates provided through the life of the Master Plan project. Okay, I've got a question in my list here from Mr Bijou Kurian Potel about PQ 09-1225. Are you in the chamber? Do you have a question you wish to ask? This is in the order preceded here. If you're not here, I'll go on to the next question. I've got a question from Mrs R Watts from Merriwa on PQ 10-1225. Urban forest strategy and tree canopy loss in Addison Park, Merriwa. As a resident of Merriwa and a regular... Sorry? Do you want to ask the question yourself? I've got the question here and the response from admin. You can read the question out yourself if you want to. Okay. As a resident of Merriwa and a regular daily dog walker at Addison Park, I have witnessed the loss of a significant number of mature trees over the past couple of years, with additional loss of canopy from limb shedding. None of the dead or removed trees have been replaced and no new additional trees have been planted, meaning Addison Park's canopy coverage is significantly reduced. The park's grass trees have also declined in number and health, obvious to all regular park users. It is a sign the city is failing its urban forest strategy, undertaking to increase tree canopy coverage in Merriwa. Page 38 of the urban forest strategy includes Merriwa in Table 2, suburbs where the city aims to achieve more than 5% total tree canopy by 2040, and states the city managed land within these areas as a priority for tree planting, as they currently display the lowest canopy across the city. Therefore, the loss of Addison Park's tree canopy is a serious setback in maintaining, never mind increasing, the tree canopy coverage in Merriwa. The Mayor's message on page 2 of the UFS states the city's streetscapes and reserves are important to the community, and we are committed to working with our community stakeholders and developers to enhance the sustainability and livability of our city and ensure our urban forest is preserved and protected for future generations. Page 48 of the UFS, under the heading Key Messages, subheading Council states, the city takes this seriously and we mean what we say and are going to act. If Council truly means what it says, my questions are, will Council reconfirm its commitment to increase Merriwa's canopy cover? 2, will it act on its commitment by ensuring Addison Park is made a priority for the next round of tree planting? The approved response by the Director of Assets to questions 1 on 2. It is advised that Addison Park is scheduled for inclusion in the City's 2026 annual tree planting program, with further review to occur in 2027. Suitable planting locations within the suburb of Merriwa, alongside residential requests, will be prioritised in accordance with the City Tree Policy and in support of the objectives of the City's Urban Forest Strategy. So we have Mrs. Casey from Merriwa. Are you in the auditorium? Would you like to read your question?
Thank you. Good evening. Preamble to my question is, when is a neighbourhood park not a park for the neighbourhood? The answer, I'm afraid, is when it's in Merriwa. For years, when it comes to planning open space, public open space, administration has been treating Merriwa as an extension of Mindarie and Quinns Rocks. But Merriwa is a suburb with differing demographics and its own distinct sense of community. For the benefit of those not familiar with the suburb, I'll give you a quick snapshot. In 2021, the largest group in Merriwa was aged 85 years and over, with a median age of 40. The suburb is fully established and home to 3 aged care facilities and 2 retirement complexes. Unsurprisingly, it has no local sports clubs. What Merriwa does have, however, is a lot of dog owners who like to socialise, walk and exercise their dogs daily at the park. Dog ownership in Australia is very high, with around half of all households owning at least 1 dog. Merriwa has 2 neighbourhood parks, Addison and Dalvic. Dalvic Park has been redeveloped as sport open space for use by Mindarie Soccer Club and will soon be home to a disc golf course. Addison Park is co-located with Merriwa Primary School and the Special Education Centre and includes a junior-sized playing field. Residents, families, dog walkers and junior sports clubs have coexisted harmoniously in the park for decades. The Biggles Loves Addison group, currently numbering 163 members, and the 333 petition signatures requesting recreational upgrades to the park, is evidence of the importance of the park to the community as a recreational facility. In 2018, under the city's flawed active reserves master plan, remnant bush, mature trees and exercise equipment were scheduled for removal from Addison Park without any community consultation. After public outcry, the project was paused due to what an internal review later described as an administrative error. For nearly 8 years, city administration, not the community, has driven plans to convert Addison Park to a full-size AFL oval for a Quinns Rock sports club. During this time, administration is variously advised there are no plans to extend the sports field, and then plans change, and then deferral, first to 2021-22, and then to 2030-31. That is not transparent planning, it is prevarication. In 2022, administration spent more than $18,000 of ratepayer money to fund a revised draft master plan and report. Despite having it for over 3 years, administration has never presented the plan to council. After a successful appeal to Freedom of Information Commissioner, I got to review it yesterday. And just with the active reserves master plan, it showed no community engagement, only with sporting clubs, an inaccurate sports field usage report, and no mention of dog walkers or significant tree retention. The estimated project cost was in excess of $4.5 million. Meanwhile, park amenities have deteriorated. Exercise items have been removed without replacement, and a number of mature canopy trees and grass trees have died or been removed without any replanting. So my questions to Council are, will Council ask administration to explain why it has never presented the 2022 draft master plan for Addison Park for them to review, despite having had it for over 3 years and spending over $18,000 of ratepayer money in its commission? And 2, will Council ensure the recreation needs of the residents of Merriwa are recognised, planned and provided by administration to uphold the principle of planning for local community needs? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Davis, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Ms Casey, for your time and for your questions. I do understand that there has been ongoing correspondence with yourself and staff, and that there is a meeting planned for later on this week. So I'd also invite Mr Star Wars if he would like to elaborate any further on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct. We have a meeting scheduled with Ms Casey this Thursday. We'll discuss her questions and we'll provide a response back to Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have some public statements in the list of requests here sent to us earlier. I've got Mr Poole from Tapping who wants to make a statement. Would you like to take the podium and give us, confirm your name and give us the suburb you live in again? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Barry Poole and I live in Tapping. I've been there for over 10 years, Kingsley for 25 years. Throughout this time, I've been a member of Friends of Yallagongga Regional Park, including a site manager of Frog Hollow, which is immediately impacted by the proposed new sports hub at Scenic Park. Having been at the meeting last Tuesday evening, made it apparent to me that the employed people in the City of Wanneroo do not closely work with the elected members of the City of Wanneroo. Indeed, it appeared to me that the employed people do not always pass vital information on to the elected members to enable them to, or perhaps prevent them from, making certain decisions on matters on which they are required to vote. In this instance, the proposed new sports hub, or in particular its proposed location, which would lead to the destruction of the environment and visual appeal of the park. I believe the City of Wanneroo should realise that if it proceeds with this project, it will be responsible for First Council to professionally vandalise the region known as Yallagongga Regional Park, and that the current elected members will bear the brunt of the backlash of the public, not the employees of the city. If I was an elected member right now, I would not want to have that as part of my legacy to the city. There is so much land in the City of Wanneroo being opened up for housing as we speak, where such sporting hub of the size and type that is being proposed for Scenic Park would be right in with the dwelling colour schemes and styles already growing in some of the areas already being built on, and that these new estates would be occupied by younger generation and their growing families who would appreciate such a facility for their own and their growing children's use. Indeed, I've observed a massive area in Sinagra that is being set aside and currently in the early stages of development for a lake and large playground, and is only about as far from this building as Scenic Drive location is to us right now. So it's not as though a new sporting hub precinct such as that would inconvenience people having to travel there. In fact, many could probably walk from their homes. There are many other tracts of land currently being cleared and prepared for construction of hundreds more new dwellings, and with the new primary and secondary schools needing to accommodate the occupants of these estates, surely a sports hub of the style and scope of that proposed for Scenic Park would be a valuable and welcomed asset and attraction to these new communities for use during school time and be available for the general public after hours, and would no doubt be welcomed and used by a sporting community as a whole for competitive sport. I and others, including those who are not here this evening, as they are probably having to drive their kids to sports training or scouts or ballet or simply watching Home and Away or something else on TV, or those who just don't bother in matters such as this, but they are the first to arc up and complain once it's too late and the damage is done. So I believe that they would be quite happy for the existing recreation centre to either be demolished and rebuilt or undergo a much-needed extensive renovation and modernisation on its current footprint, thereby avoiding the vandalism of the park area to its immediate south. This would not involve the destruction of any of the existing sporting ground nor the construction of a massive car park on an area which is used daily by people walking their dogs or just enjoying the scenery, peace and serenity of an area which has been there since time immemorial and across which long-necked turtles have traversed for centuries and for which their inbuilt GPSs would be hindered if this project were to proceed, and in which native birds and other wildlife have proliferated. Again, councils, do not let the vandalism and destruction of Scenic Park as we know it and a vital part of an uninterrupted Yellowgonga Regional Park be your legacy to the City of Wanneroo. As an aside, if such a project was to proceed, there'd be a small additional cost to council in the renaming of Scenic Drive to Unscenic Drive. Finally, just remember the 1970 Joni Mitchell song, Big Yellow Taxi, which sums up our current situation with the telling words, you don't know what you got till it's gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Poole. Ms Nigro has sent in that they want to make a statement. Would Ms Nigro like to take the podium and confirm her name and the suburb she lives in? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Negro. I've been living in the city of Wanneroo for 26 years, but I've been involved with the Wanneroo community since 1980s. I will not repeat what has already been said about the strong evidence and compelling reasons why this recreational hub should not be built on this natural reserve on Scenic Drive. Instead, I would like to make 3 points. First, I was deeply saddened and angered at the last council meeting when those who spoke so passionately about environmental protection on the meeting on the 25th of November did not show the same passion for protecting this land from bulldozers and concrete. I truly hoped to see the same concern, but instead I mostly heard silence. Second, much of the discussion continues to focus on money. How much this project is going to cost, how much it will cost if it's built elsewhere. When decisions are driven primarily by cost and profit, they lose a morals foundation. The City of Wanneroo repeatedly justified environmental destruction in the name of the greater goods. Yet these projects do not benefit the whole community. They benefit the privileged, those who can afford membership for the recreational hub or new housing. At the same time, I see little investment in homeless shelters, domestic violence refuge, or improvement to essential services such as the fire brigade. I am not here to debate the politics of funding sources. I'm simply stating that these urgent needs remain unmet. And I remind you that 70% of the community has voted against the project being built on this location. Third, many people are not speaking out for 2 reasons. One is a belief that this council will not listen. That is, as I was told, their way or the highway. They have already made up their mind. The second is fear of repercussion. Several people have personally told me that they are too afraid or uncomfortable to speak out or even attend these meetings. This sense of learned helplessness in our community is deeply concerning. I too am afraid standing here today in front of you. Having an accent makes me feel vulnerable and I fear possible consequences, but I will not remain silent. I do not believe that my life is more important than the life of any other living creatures, including the trees. So I will not remain silent and I will have to keep talking. This sense and being human does not make us superiors, it just gives us greater responsibility. I speak out to the respect of this land where I'm a guest. I speak out to the respect for the Sharanook woman, the spirit of Lake Joondalup, a sacred Dreamtime site. I speak out of the respect for the Bible, which calls us to care for and protect the land. I speak out for all those family and friends, members who are no longer with us, whose names are on the plaques, on the benches, on the edge of the scenic drive park. These names might not mean much to you, but they mean the world to me. Sorry. This is our backyard, not yours to destroy. At the start of each meeting, you acknowledge the traditional custodian and pray for guidance in your decision. Yet what I hear instead is destruction and talk about money. Please do not build the recreational hub on this natural reserve. Build it in a location where the environment impact will be minimal. If this project, thank you so much. If this project goes ahead, your names will be remembered for years to come, but not for the reason that you probably were hoping for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Nigro. I now go to, is Mrs C. Barak from Wanneroo in the chamber? If she's not in the, oh, here she is. Would you like to read your deputation or your public statement? Do you have a public statement? Would you like to read your statement?
I think it's actually been addressed, to be honest. I've got both of them. I think both of them have been addressed.
Come on, don't be shy. You're not getting out.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think both of my statements have really been addressed. The only thing that I would like to really add, my first statement was just expressing the dissatisfaction that our immediate community, and I say around where the hub is to be built, how, dissatisfied and upset we are with it, but I think you've already got that message. The only other thing I really wanted to add to that, which is down there, and as collective ratepayers, we hope the council does not continue to ignore the concerns and expectations of its constituents. Should the council choose to ignore and vote against the two tabled petitions and survey results, reluctantly, our only other option would be to pursue a vote of no confidence regarding this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, in our standing orders, we have 15 minutes of public question and statement time. And at this point in time, we're at 50 minutes and 44 seconds. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 other people who want to make a statement or ask a question. If you would like to come and make a statement or ask a question, I would ask if it would be just a minute. Oh, sorry, he's going out the door. Just ask that it needs to be on something that's not been addressed or responded to or asked already in the agenda. So as I go through, because we do have an agenda this evening.
The young lady there who put in a question, she could...
And what is her name? Olivia Dyson? Olivia, if you would like to take the stand, just give us the suburb you live in, please.
Hi, my name's Olivia Dyson and I live in Merriwa. We have requested picnic tables, shelter and barbecues near the school car park, the tree area not on the other side of the car park where the plain, blunt car park is. Why has the playground equipment been taken away and not replaced? All the kids that go to the park loved the old play equipment and they have been waiting for new fun things to play with, but they've been waiting for a long time and it hasn't come yet. So how much longer do we have to wait? And why are you going to put a brand new drinking facility for the dogs if they're just going to pee in the sand and the kids will step into the dog wee?
Mr. Singh.
And why would you put a dog fountain at the playground when most of the dog walkers don't even go around that side of the park? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you like to respond to Olivia's question, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Council may recall, Council considered a report back in July this year, and there was some decision made to provide some infrastructure at Edison Park. So as a result, some works are scheduled to start from mid-January onwards. And this week, there's a meeting being held with Ms. Casey and I'm not sure some other residents as well, attended by Mr. Star Wars and Mr. Broadhurst from Capital Works team to discuss the locations for barbecue, picnic shelter, and drink fountain.
Thank you. I have Miss Alison Van Beek. If
I'd like to speak if I can, please.
well, I'm going through the order of the people and the thing. I haven't met.
You're going to cancel the rest.
No, I didn't say that.
All right.
If you'd like to sit down, I'll call you when I'm ready. Thank you. Miss Alison Van Beek, would you like to take the podium and give us, confirm your name and give us the suburb you live in? Thank you.
My name's Alison Van Beek and I'm a resident of Wanneroo. I'd just like to make a statement about the Sports Hub. I'm here today to state my unequivocal opposition to the proposed Scenic Drive Sports Hub. This proposal should not proceed. If it does continue in the current proposed location, it represents a clear failure to listen to the community and a disregard for the role of the elected councillors as representatives of the people who place their trust in them. The environmental impact of the development is significant and unacceptable. The destruction of natural bushland, damage to local ecosystems, and the irreversible loss of green space cannot be justified, particularly when the community has made it clear that this is not a site they support for development. Once this land is altered, it cannot be restored. More critically, the continued progression of this proposal directly contradicts the overwhelming and clearly expressed opposition of the Wanneroo community. Residents have spoken in large numbers and with consistency. They do not want this development at Scenic Drive. To proceed regardless is to ignore the voices of the very people councillors were elected to represent. Councillors are entrusted to act in the best interests of their constituents, not to advance developments that lack community support. Voting in favour of this proposal would be a deliberate choice to disregard public opinion and would significantly undermine confidence in local government and the democratic process. Community consultation is meaningless if it does not influence outcomes. A decision to proceed despite overwhelming opposition sends a clear message that community voices are being dismissed. I call on the City of Wanneroo councillors to demonstrate integrity and accountability by rejecting the Scenic Drive Sports Hub proposal. Councillors must honour the trust placed in them, respect the will of the community, and act as a voice for the people they serve. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Ms Sabine Winton, MLA, to come and take the podium and make her statement. You've put down on the list you want to make a statement, Ms Winton.
Sorry, I didn't hear the first bit. Sorry.
Yeah. Come and make your statement, the suburb you live in.
Thanks so very much, Mayor and councillors. Sabina Winton, Ashby. It's really a great pleasure to be here, bringing back many fond memories from previously being on this side. Before I just make a few comments from my perspective about the proposal, obviously the Sports Hub, I'm not sure of the agenda item, but I'm sure we're all aware. I just want to acknowledge everyone in the audience tonight and all those people who have really been active since this revised proposal was first introduced. It's not easy when you've got a day job or you've got lives to lead, but I really recognise and congratulate all those people who are taking an active interest in their communities. I just wanted to make some comments, particularly following on from the briefing session last week where a number of questions were raised by councillors, and can I congratulate councillors for asking great questions last week, but in particular in relation to a few issues around this project. And firstly of all, what my position is as the member for Wanneroo. In that regard, I did write to you yesterday, and I thank administration. It's my understanding that that correspondence has been distributed to all councillors. By way of context, everyone, prior to the 21-21 election, I made an election commitment for $5 million for the Wanneroo Recreation Centre for major upgrades and extensions. And I have to say, and I'll revert to it at the conclusion of my remarks, that commitment still stands. It was for major upgrades and extensions, much needed upgrades to the existing Wanneroo Recreation Centre. Now, through the years, things have morphed and different things have occurred, but the actual concept that's before you for decision tonight, of course, my understanding is it had its first formal decision made by you as councillors on the 22nd of July this year, where you endorsed the revised concept that we are all objecting to tonight, based on the fact that the original concept was unenvironmentally unacceptable in terms of vegetation loss, in terms of bushfire mitigation, and also because of the location close to the lake. You made that decision back on the 22nd of July. I was informed of that decision by administration on the 28th of July. So I had no opportunity to provide feedback or what my position was in terms of whether I would support a revised concept. I was informed of that decision some 6 days after the fact. I just want to make a few comments in regards to the funding of the project, because that was subject to some questions by elected members last week. Now, it is true to say, and I stated it in my correspondence to you, that there is a current funding agreement in place with the state government for the original option of the sports hub adjacent to the existing Wanneroo Rec Centre, which has now been found to be environmentally unacceptable. Found to be so environmentally unacceptable that administration proposed a new revised concept for you. So from my perspective, going back to the original concept seems entirely unfathomable and hypocritical, given we are at this stage with a revised concept because the first option was environmentally unacceptable. It is also true to say that the revised concept is a significant variation on the existing funding agreement that the city has with the state government. And it is my belief that you would need to seek a funding variation to progress with the revised plans. It's my understanding no funding variation has been sought by the state government to that end. So in terms of the agenda report to you last week, where it talked about risk and financial implications, the suggestion, or it was stated, that the project is under, the state government funding is under risk if you were to proceed with option two being abort the current redevelopment at Scenic Drive and look for elsewhere. It was actually reported in the administrative report to you that state government funding would be at risk if you were to contemplate another location. What the report omitted to include was, equally, the funding is at risk if you continue to pursue the revised concept plan, given that it is a significant variation on the existing funding agreement. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is funding by the state government is at risk irrespective of which route you choose, and it is not certainly on one or either of the options. I would also like to make just a comment in the various reports, and it was mentioned, I think, in answers to some of the questions tonight, that further funding will be sought through the Creative Industries, Tourism and Sports SITS agency, or the Community Sports and Recreational Facilities funding to help fund any future project at Scenic Park. Now, I cannot speak for government. I'm here as your local member, but I would propose to you that if the state funding is at risk because the local member doesn't support the revised plan, I would anticipate that I would be very strongly advocating to ministers who are responsible for these further funding opportunities to not support it, given I'm not supporting it as an election commitment. So it doesn't actually quite make sense that where additional funding would come from under that basis. Members, it's clear to me that you have a number of options before you, and none of them are easy. But there are some that are the right ways to go. Option one, I suppose the first option, given the report before you, is to support, to continue with the revised concept plan, which we have heard tonight and you've heard continuously through the significant community engagement process, is overwhelmingly not supported by community. So you would be, if you pursue the recommendation before you tonight, you would be going entirely against the community sentiment in this regard. You would be going ahead not understanding where the funding for this project is coming from, and you would also certainly be undermining all the environmental advice that suggests that this project is tenuous at best. Another option that you've got available to you tonight, and it was contemplated by one of the questions, Mayor, that you read out, is you could move a procedural motion to defer making a decision tonight. One of the reasons you might choose to do so, and that was the subject, was because there are a number of councillors who are absent tonight. And I thank those members who have come to us together online. Councillors are always going to on leave, and I don't begrudge them that. But it sets a very dangerous precedent, I believe, for council to abandon or delay decision-making and the work of council based on the absences of a councillor. Where do you start and end? Next time you have something on the agenda that's of particular relevance to a councillor, do we continually pause and halt administration business based on absences? It just doesn't seem a reasonable reason to move a procedural motion on that basis tonight. You might also want to move a procedural motion based on the fact that you might believe you don't have enough information to make an informed decision tonight.
Excuse me, Miss Winton.
Yes.
Statement time is actually 3 minutes and you've had 8 minutes. I will give you another 2 minutes, but you'll need to be finished within 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just finish with the various options available to you. You could move a procedural motion to defer, kicking it down the road. But I hope, councillors, you are really feeling the sentiment in the community. By kicking it down the road, you are not distinguishing the strong community sentiment to make sure that this proposal at Scenic Park doesn't go ahead. And finally, you could potentially move an alternative motion to ask council to do their due diligence and consider a multiple of potential sites whereby which you could place a new and much needed sports hub. In summary, Mayor, I cannot see a world where the City of Joondalup would build something on Neil Hawke Park on the other side of the lake of this scale. I cannot imagine a world where the City of Stirling would put something of this scale at Lake Munga, and I hope that the City of Wanneroo doesn't contemplate putting something of this magnitude down at the lake. Now, in summary, Mayor, I acknowledge the increasing demands for sports and community facilities in our area, and it is a challenging council to deliver for the growth that's in our community. I would be very happy to have a discussion with the city to advance much needed upgrades to the existing Wanneroo Rec Centre within a $5 million envelope of my commitment, or support the city to explore alternative sites and projects. And with inspiration from Barry, they paved Paradise and put up a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Winton. I will be sticking very strictly now to 3-minute times because we've already had an hour and 5 minutes of statement and question time, and the agenda allows for 15 minutes only. So please understand that. Constance O'Brien, if you would like to come and give us your name and state the suburb you live in. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Constance O'Brien. I reside in Marriagenup. In 2022, the East Wanneroo Community Reference Group was convened by the City of Wanneroo to prepare a district sense of place statement. My question is, does this district sense of place statement, which emphasises our cultural heritage and our strong links to the wetlands, apply only to East Wanneroo? If not, how does this siting of the sports hub fit the vision of the City of Wanneroo?
Thank you. Ms Davis.
Thank you, Ms O'Brien, for your question. And through yourself, Mayor, I have the architect of the sense of place statements in the room, Mr Starwars, who'd be best placed to answer that question.
Mr Starwitz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms O'Brien, for your question. The East Wanneroo District Sense of Place statement that we work together on does apply only to the East Wanneroo area. However, we are working on a similar statement for the Wanneroo and surrounds area and working with our planning colleagues to see how we can implement that through our process. Thank you.
So East Wanneroo is quite separate, you say? So this beautiful vision statement does not refer to the City of Wanneroo Central? What a shame. It's my understanding also that the boxing and scout sheds were not supposed to be built where they are and were to be demolished eventually. Bearing this in mind and the knowledge of a petition to the Legislative Council of WA requesting Scenic Park be part of the protected area of Yallagongga Regional Park, will Council risk making the same mistake?
Mr Storwitz.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm not sure what your question is. Can you repeat that, please?
Well, in the past, councils have made mistakes by building on the Yallagongga. I was led to understand that old boxing shed and the Scouts Hall. Now, if the petition to Parliament decrees that Scenic Park is part of the Yallagongga protected area and you build that sports hub there, will you be making the same mistake again that was made in the past? Yes. Okay. The petition that was put to Council, 19 concerns were expressed, most of which have not been answered, especially those of an environmental nature. The environmental nature is requiring further investigation in the attachments list. One, the turtle management plan only deals with prior to construction, during construction. What are the ongoing plans regarding light and noise or disorientation of fauna in the area after construction?
Thank you.
Have you plans for that?
Ms O'Brien, you've had 3 minutes. We'll get an answer to that question, then we'll go on to the next person with questions.
Okay.
Do you have a response to that, Mr Starwitz?
Can I quickly finish then?
You've had 3 minutes. That's your last question. It was about the turtle management plan, wasn't it?
Well, I do have several on the environmental thing, but...
You've had 3 minutes,
Okay.
and I have
Well,
to be
thank
really
you very
strict
much.
with time now. Thank you.
Maybe I can have an answer to my petition. That will be
Okay,
sufficient.
Mr Storwitz,
Thank
would you like to respond to Ms O'Brien's question? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thanks for your question, Ms O'Brien. In relation to the ongoing impact post-construction on turtles, we've already noted in previous response to a question that we would need to work further with DBCA and other community partners around that, and that the city's Yallagongga Integrated Catchment Management Plan outlines the city's current approach to that. Was that the last question, Mayor? Sorry.
I think that was
Yep.
it about the turtle
Thanks.
management
Yep.
plan. Thank you. Would Mr Ben Moore like to come up and just give us, reaffirm his name and the suburb he lives in, remembering that there's only 3 minutes of your speaking time for question time at this time. Thank you.
G'day, I'm Ben and I live in Wanneroo. Thanks for your time. Just like to remind what the council has stated tonight, that your aim is to replace and upgrade existing facilities. And with your current proposal, I feel that you're falling short of that quite dramatically. Also tonight you were saying that part of the reasons why the first design was exited was because of the high cost of relocation of the bocce ball pitch and the playground. I would argue that this is necessary to do in order to go back to the first plan that you initiated back in 2021, which you had a 100% positive result. You can see why, of all these people here, you've got 70% opposition, and to me that's a majority. And I feel like you really need to take what we say into consideration. By going back to the original plan, it's going to maybe secure your funding as well, so maybe that's something for you to consider. The original plan was a fantastic plan. So you were going to rehab and upgrade existing premises with no increased footprint and a combination of both sports hub and community centre. Now you've changed the plans dramatically, increased the footprint dramatically, and denied any environmental impact or denied any residential impact. And also, it's about the turtles, right? And it's also about the health of Lake Joondalup. If you're going to interrupt the reproduction pathways of the turtles, you're jeopardising the health of the lake. And so once the lake loses its health, it's going to smell, and we don't want that smell lingering on that gorgeous afternoon breeze across the lake, affecting residents. I think you really need to consider. I'd like to go back onto your plan in mitigating turtle injury as well, post-construction. Is that just going to be with more signs saying turtles moving slowly in the area? Due to increased traffic, there will be, no doubt, high incidences of injury and possible death. This can possibly and most probably will affect reproduction of the turtles. And turtles are the one thing that will keep the lake healthy because they produce currents that will keep the water healthy and oxygenated. Otherwise, there'll be an algal bloom and it'll all smell, and none of us want that, right?
Thank you, Mr Moore. You've had 3 minutes.
Thanks very much.
We now go to, I think it's Romanor Stowi, or the writing's a little bit hard. They're from Wandong Place. So would you like to come and confirm your name and give us the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Roman and I'm a resident of Wanneroo. Just wanted to really ask, I mean, it's pretty obvious by now. You probably got the message. Whose needs is the sports hub truly intended to address, given the significant environmental impacts, increased traffic pressures on nearby residents, and lack of meaningful community consultation, combined with the substantial negative feedback already expressed by the local community? Can the city and council clearly identify which groups or stakeholders will genuinely benefit from this project? And can you explain how these supposed benefits outweigh the considerable costs, risks, and disruptions to the people who actually live in the affected area?
Thank you. Do we have a response to those questions? Mr Storts?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for your question, Roman. The proposal put forward tonight is a plan that seeks to address the needs of all the current user groups of facilities within the Wanneroo Rec Precinct and outside, including the Wanneroo Showgrounds. It proposes to meet existing need and account for future growth within that area. And the cost put forward to do that is the cost associated with delivering a facility to current standard to meet those needs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I now go to Ms Payne. Would you like to come and take the podium? And you have 3 minutes.
Evening, Mayor, CEO, Administration, Councillors, both here and attending abroad, and our amazing community. Tonight we have 2 choices. I understand that you can amend, motion, alter and defer, but none of these have the clearest and decisive outcome that the community deserves. Let me first thank you all for your time and effort you have put into the research into this key topic for the Central Ward. I feel honoured that the community that stands behind me has entrusted me to deliver on what they are wanting to see, and they want to see green, open space along our lake to save from any more development. The 70s are long gone, and we need the future ahead to upgrade the current recreation centre with facilities that assist the whole community and a sports hub in another location to facilitate the needs of those specific sporting groups that does not affect the environment. I listed some other topics, but they have been raised tonight, and I don't need to raise them again. A catchment of 2 kilometres area. What? What are the turtles and the birds going to go and play basketball and badminton and dance? Half of that catchment hasn't even got any development. The crash area was one thing that I wanted to address. Because before you see one child in my belly and another one standing before you. I nearly died at Arete Avenue, which is not even on the crash data other than Scenic Drive, Church Street, Chrysopher Avenue, Neville Drive, to name the main roads that are arteries into this area that were not mentioned. Likely to become the new Woodvale Drive access issues, which we should all be aware of. I highly recommend watching the WAPC's latest meeting on that, because a lot of those deputations, including the ones from City of Wanneroo and City of Dundebar, apply right now. Option 2 is what the community wants. We need closure. We need the decision to be made, and we need everybody in this room to vote option 2. We have a quorum here, and the right decision can be made regardless of who is not. Deferring means more anxiety with our community with no outcome except delaying what we already know. If we go back to the original design that is flawed, admitted by administration, we only set us back. And if we wait, we cost us more money. The community has spoken. We need facilities, upgrade what we have and place the right facilities in the right place. Don't take from Peter and don't rob from Peter and to give to Paul. This space needs to be free of growing development, and I have faith that you will make the decision, the right one, option 2. If the wrong decision is made today, you will see us.
Thank you, Ms Payne.
You will hear us, and we will.
Thank you, Ms Payne. You've had 3 minutes. Please sit down. Please sit down. Would Ingrid Martin like to take the podium? Ingrid Martin, are you in the chamber? Ingrid? You have 3 minutes, Ms Martin. Thank you. Could you just nominate the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Carramar, and I'm here to ask about the council about questions to do with the NRRP. What independent advice has the Mayor and City Councillors obtained on the health and wellness impact of the NRRP on residents in the Carramar, Banksy Grove, Ashby, Taffin, Clarkson, Butler, Mirawa and the new East Wanneroo subdivision?
Mr Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. As part of preparation of NRRP application TWR, we are providing them all the documentation they need. And once they're satisfied that they have the right documentation, they will validate the application before it's released for community engagement. If they require any additional information, like been mentioned tonight, we will then provide that.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Ms. Martin? Thank you.
A verbal invitation was given to the project manager, I think it was, and other project officers in attendance at the public information evening on the 3rd of December. The invitation has been for Jane Bremer of Toxic Waste Australia, an expert in toxic waste dangers, to present to the Council and the administration officers the case highlighting the problems that incineration will bring to our suburbs. As, he said he would have the discussion with the CEO and come back to me. I still have not heard anything.
Is there a question?
Yep. I'd like to know, can we have a session with the council and the administrators, a presentation by Jane Bremer, so that they can learn about what they're actually voting on?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. We're still part of the community engagement period at the moment, I think, which finishes in a couple of days' time. Once we evaluate all that information, then we'll consider that whether we need further advice from the community as nominated by the resident this evening.
Okay.
Do you have another question, Ms. Martin?
Our council is instructed to do their own independent search on this proposed project. Some have responded to my emails that they aren't getting the advice from the administration, officers whom they trust, and misinformation is very worrying. One councillor thought she was revamping the Pedrick Road facility owned by MRC. So basically, it's about independent. The councillors seeking their own independence, so it's not the administration I'm asking all the councillors. Are you doing your own homework on this? Because you need to.
Thank you. According to the standing orders, you're not allowed to address questions to councillors personally in that way. Do you have another question?
Yeah. Have the city reached out via post mail to ratepayers to advise them that the project, or ignore the suggesting at the meeting that people didn't know about this project, as there is the only information is on the website, which had a glitch, and which is often difficult for some people to access?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. We provided information to the community within the buffer zone area, which we understand from DWR. So we did write letters to only a small number of residents who are within that buffer zone. The rest of them through the website and through our social media channels, we have provided that information. And we are frequently updating the FAQs as required on the website as well.
Sorry, I didn't follow that. Are you sending out postal mail to people like you do when you send the rates out?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. We haven't actually felt that there is a need at this stage to do that, given that we have already promoted that community engagement, have extended the community engagement period to, I think it's finishing in a couple of days' time. So far, we provided that information to the community through city's website, through our social media channels.
So how can you call community engagement with two meetings that had about 50 people at it when you have 250,000 residents?
Mr. Singh.
Mayor, we have used our community engagement policy to work out a community engagement plan, and as per the plan, we notified the residents in the buffer zone catchment, which we understand from the distance where the facility will be, and there are only a small number of properties in that zone. The rest of the area falls outside that zone, but to still provide information to the community, we use the city's website and social media channels.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Can I ask what the buffer zone is?
Do you have another question? Okay, go ahead and ask your question.
Sorry. What is the buffer zone? Because I live very close to this area and I haven't had any notification.
Mr. Singh.
Through you, Mayor, I need to get that information from Mr. Ford. Can you please advise?
Mr. Ford, thank you.
Sorry, the original buffer zone was 1.8 kilometres, and in following the community engagement, we'll do another mail out, which will be probably within 5 kilometres of the site itself.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ford. Any other questions?
No. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now got Kate Cook. Ms. Cook, would you like to come and take the podium? And Okay, thank you. So that's everyone who's requested questions, including those whose questions were answered. And Mr. Cacob, I answered your questions in the deputation, in the questions I read out earlier. Okay, you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, CEO, councillors and staff. My question, or my statement, relates to the NRRP. Last council meeting of the 24th of I witnessed our East Ward councillor and an officer over the council chamber here vary the council's decision of the 24th of the 12th, 2024, from point 2, which stated focus on the development of the southern area of lot 600 for the delivery of the high priority infrastructure, including the waste to energy facility. We are now advised we're not only doing the waste transfer we are now advised only doing the waste transfer station, not the waste to energy, as per the clearing licence. Now, Talus, your consultants, listed on their LinkedIn 7 months ago, being May 25, that this was the case, that the waste transfer station consolidating the FOGO for transfer to the composting facilities and general waste for processing at waste facilities plants in the south, which I believe would probably mean Rockingham and Kwinana. But that's not what the recommendation that council passed was. The recommendation was to progress all facilities on the southern part of that site. We now have a contradiction from a councillor and an officer to the decision of a council. I cannot ask a question, but I'd like the CEO to advise sometime in the near future, after he's gathered all the information available, and I have most of it, what is really going on with the city's biggest project ever, a $1.2 billion project that seems to be having trouble. And I listen to these good people here, and they are all having consultation problems as well. And we need to draw a line between community engagement and consultation, because consultation is not engagement and engagement is not consultation. We have not been consulted. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kayakob. Mr. Singh, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Mayor. The community engagement currently underway is for 3 facilities at Dundebar Resource Recovery Precinct site. The one is for community recycling centre, second one is for waste transfer station, and third is materials recycling facility. So there are 3 facilities which have been proposed in the current plans at the moment, and we are going through community engagement on those 3.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. We now move on to the next item in the agenda, which is item 4, confirmation of minutes, which is the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 25th of November 2025, OCO 1/12/25. Do I have a mover and seconder for the minutes? Moved Councillor Rowe, seconded Councillor Berry. Do we have any discussion on these minutes? If we have no discussion on these minutes, councillors, could you please cast your vote? And that is carried unanimously. Announcements by the Mayor without discussion. I'd just like to take a moment to recognise 3 valued colleagues who are leaving the City of Wanneroo after many years of dedicated service. Steve Marmion. This evening marks Steve Marmion's final council meeting before retiring from his role as Manager of Advocacy and Economic Development. Steve has worked with the City on and off since 2012 and has been a steady and trusted voice through some important periods of change. His work shaping the City's advocacy approach, supporting economic recovery during COVID and helping establish the Australian Automation and Robotics Precinct at Neerabup has had a lasting impact on our city's future. Together with his team, Steve has also delivered key pieces of work, including the city's economic development and visitor economy strategies, leaving the portfolio in a strong position moving forward. Is Steve here this evening? Oh, he's at a team Christmas party. That's more important. Well, thank you, Steve, for all your service. I'd also like to acknowledge Grant Chettleberg. Grant Chettleberg will finish with the City on the 23rd of January after 11 years of service. Grant joined the City in 2014 as the inaugural Manager, Parks and Conservation Management, and has fundamentally shaped how we care for and manage our open spaces. Under his leadership, the portfolio has grown in both scale and maturity, with a strong focus on sustainability, quality and community use. His attention to detail and pride in our parks was particularly clear through to preparing the Kingsway Olympic soccer pitches for the Danish women's team during the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup. So Grant is on leave at the moment, so we all wish him the very best. And last but not least, and has been a great stalwart to the city, Nolene Jennings. We also say goodbye to Nolene Jennings, Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance, who finishes on the 23rd of December after more than 11 years with the city. Nolene has brought deep experience, integrity and a strong collaborative approach to her role, and has played a key role in strengthening how the city is governed, performs and plans for the future. She has led major organisational reforms, including leading the enterprise software renewal program that improved accountability, performance and long-term resilience, instigating the city's continuous improvement function and approach, establishing the Project Management Office to improve management of capital expenditure, delivering the city's digital quality management system, data management framework and smart city strategy, and supported the development and implementation of the city's strategic land policy, which was an important step to diversifying the city's income streams. These are just a few of many examples of Nolene's achievements. Nolene has most recently overseen the development of the new Council Plan 2025 to 35, a truly community-inspired document that will guide the city for the next 10 years, and has also been integral to the sustained success at the Australasian Reporting Awards for the city's annual report, receiving 9 consecutive gold awards, which is a huge achievement in reporting excellence. During periods of significant challenge, including COVID-19 and the Mariginiart bushfires, Nolene played a central role in ensuring the city continued to operate, supporting staff, maintaining essential services and helping our community when it was needed most. In particular, I want to acknowledge Nolene's work in securing access to the Lord Mayor's Distress Relief Fund at a time when it was critically needed. Lastly, Nolene's tireless work and dedication to the public sector was recognised in 2020 with the award of the Public Service Medal, a truly outstanding achievement. On behalf of Council, I sincerely thank Steve, Grant and Nolene for their service to the City of Wanneroo and for the lasting contribution each of them has made to our organisation and community. We wish you every success in the next chapter. I have one more statement to make this evening. Today we gather as a community in deep sorrow and solidarity following the horrific events of the Bondi tragedy. The individuals who committed this act have inflicted unimaginable pain, and we condemn their action in the strongest possible terms. Violence and hatred have no place in our nation. In the midst of this tragedy, we also acknowledge the extraordinary courage of the man who disarmed one of the offenders, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the first responders, the police, the paramedics and healthcare professionals who acted swiftly and selflessly to save lives and bring comfort to those in need. As Australians, we know this does not reflect who we are. Our nation is built on values of peace, respect, and unity. Here in the city of Wanneroo, where 40% of our residents were born overseas, we proudly welcome all nationalities and faiths to live together in harmony. These traditions remind us of the beauty of diversity and the freedom we cherish, the freedom to choose our faith and the freedom to celebrate it. This is a freedom I will always fight to protect for our nation. I would like us all to stand together for a minute of silence and let us hold in our hearts those who have been lost, the families who grieve, the witnesses who helped, and the brave first responders. Let us also think of the healthcare professionals who will give their all to heal those both physically and emotionally wounded. Thank you. Thank you. Let us leave here today with a renewed commitment that hatred will never define us, fear will never divide us, and violence will never silence. We will stand united as a community and as a nation, stronger, kinder, and more determined than ever to uphold the values that make Australia a beacon of hope and peace. Our resilience is our strength and our unity is our shield. Together, we will rise above this darkness and continue to build a future where every person of every faith and background can live safely and with dignity. We now go to item 6, which is questions from council members. Do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got 2 questions, but first I also want to extend my heartfelt sympathies to all those impacted by the madness at Bondi Beach. And I fully appreciate in my position how hard a journey those impacted have in front of them, especially the couple that have lost their daughter. My questions. NRRP, the first one, could any residents attend, or was it limited to the select residents, as we've heard tonight that not very many residents did attend? Thank you.
Mr. Singh.
Mayor, I need to refer that to Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. No, all residents could attend. It was advertised on the city's Have You Say website. I think the first meeting we had approximately 70, and in the second meeting it was about 28.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor Berry?
My second question relates to the Wanneroo Rec Centre and Sports Hub. We've heard that tonight that we could have looked at alternative sites. I believe admin has looked at alternative sites before, and indeed there's some mentioned in the report. Could admin advise how many alternative sites have actually been looked at in the past and then ruled out? Thank you.
Mr. Storwitz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Berry. There were 5 sites that were subject to more detailed feasibility investigation prior to council making a decision to progress planning for Scenic Park.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine's in relation to the NRRP. With the consultation that was presented here at the city, were the residents advised of MRC's business case to use the previous site for FOGO, which would actually bring horrific smell to our residents? Have they been advised of that?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. MRC's business plan has been advertised by MRC itself, and they did consider a report at the last ordinary council meeting on the community engagement or the public comments in response to the business plan, and they just noted at this point in time all the submissions, and the formal decision will be at the future OCM, I think more likely in February next year.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have no other questions. We go to item 7, petitions. We have no new petitions. We now go to item 8, reports. Declarations of interest by council members, including the nature and extent of which the interests are to be made at the commencement of the item to which the interest relates. Declarations of interest forms are to be completed and handed to the Chief Executive Officer. Council members, as outlined under clause 5.2 of the City's Standing Orders Local Law 2021, we have the option to adopt certain agenda items through an exceptional resolution. This process allows us to pass a group of reports with a single motion, saving time and streamlining our meeting. Before we proceed, I'd like to remind everyone of clause 5.2.3 of the Standing Orders, which specifies when an adoption by exception, that is en bloc, may not be used for a matter, that is a matter which requires an absolute majority in which an interest has been disclosed. That is a matter on which a member wishes to make a statement, or that is a matter on which a member wishes to move a motion that is different to the recommendation. Any items that meet these conditions will not be included in an exception resolution and considered individually. So a request for approval en bloc. Council members, as I move through the items that are able to be moved en bloc, could you please ask if there's an exception for each of those items? So PSO 2-1225, consideration of Precinct 3 Elliott Road Local Structure Plan advertising. Do we have any exceptions for that item? ASO 1-1125, Walga E-Quote recommendation, supply and delivery of 15 domestic waste trucks. ASO 2-1125, Main Roads WA Urban Road Safety Program Grant. ASO 3-1125, Traffic Management Scheme, Parkland Drive, Yanchep. ASO 4-1225, Tender Number 25110, Renewal of Play Equipment, Softball and Installation of Shade Sail Structures. ASO 6, Sustainable Rebate Program Proposal. That is an exception. CPO 1-1225, Community Development Plan Extension. CPO 3-1225, Halesworth Park Additional Baseball Infrastructure Funding Request. That is an exception. CSO 2-1225, Financial Management Review Report 2025. CSO 4-1225, warranted payments for the period to the 31st of October 2025. CSO 6-1225, proposed closure of unconstructed road reserve, portion of Pinjar Road, Ashby. CSO 7-1225, long-term financial plan 2026-27, 2035-36. That is an exception. CEO 1-1225, updated audit risk and improvement committee terms of reference. So, councillors, I will just run through the items quickly and ask for a mover and second. So, and I will just mention the item number. I will not go into the full name of it. So it's PSO 2-1225, ASO 1-1125, ASO 2-1125, ASO 3-1125, ASO 4-1225, CPO 1 1225, CSO 2 1225, CSO 4 1225, CSO 6 1225 and CEO 1 1225. Do I have a mover, Councillor Berry, and do I have a seconder, Councillor Nguyen? Okay, we have a mover and seconder. Can we please cast our vote for the en bloc, please? And that is passed unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor Aiken, I seek leave to move a procedural motion at this point.
Yes.
I would like to move a procedural motion for CPO 2 1225 Wanneroo Recreation Centre Sports Hub engagement outcomes to be brought forward in the agenda.
And that's seconded by Deputy Mayor Miles. Could we cast our vote on bringing that item forward? Thank you. And that is passed unanimously. So CPO 2 1225 has two alternatives. If the substantive recommendation doesn't have a mover and seconder, we will go to the first alternative, and we will go to the first alternative received by the City of Wanneroo, which will be by the Deputy Mayor. If that alternative is not supported, then we will go to the second alternative. So, councillors, do I have a mover and seconder for the substantive of CPO 2 1225? I'll give a second call. Do I have a mover for CPO 225? Because there is no mover, we now go to the first alternative, which was submitted by Deputy Mayor Miles. Do you have a seconder, Deputy Mayor Miles? Councillor Moore. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and to our residents who have I guess, lobbied and encouraged us to not go ahead with the current plan. This alternative, if it gets up by council, will stop it at this stage, and we will go back to the original plan. As on the board, up the top there, item 1 accepts the outcomes of the community engagement and notes administration responses to the key issues as outlined in the body of this report. Item 2, discontinues work on the development of the Wanneroo Sports Hub at Scenic Park, Wanneroo. 3, requests administration to progress the replacement of the Wanneroo Recreation Centre within the intent to establish 2 buildings. A new community hub on the site of the existing Wanneroo Recreation Centre, and B, a new sports hub and administration to investigate alternate sites within the central ward for the new sports hub, including utilising lot 50411 Leach Road, Wanneroo, adjacent to the Wanneroo Sports and Social Club. 4, requests administration to maintain the current project timelines and design consultants, if possible. And 5, supports petition PTO 3 1125, petition PTO 5 1125, and authorises administration to provide the lead petitioners of this decision. Councillors...
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor. What you just read out is different to what I have written here, I think. It's been changed.
Yeah, we did a late change, Mayor, to incorporate some of the wording of Councillor Hugh Nguyen.
Okay, thank you.
In the administration comment, administration has articulated under their comment that there is opportunity obviously to explore other locations within the central ward. I do know that the last 5 years, or previously to the last 5 years, when this was first put on the agenda by former Mayor Tracy Roberts and former Councillor Dot Newton, that we always looked at upgrading the current facility because of the state of repair of that building, and that does need to happen. And in the 2021 election, as previously discussed by the member for Wanneroo, we did get a contribution towards that cost of $5 million. The building does need to be separated for a number of reasons, councillors. We do need a community hub down there without extending beyond the footprint that we currently have. It is something... The building was built over 50 years ago, and obviously in today's time you would never actually get to build a building down that far to the water's edge. In fact, none of the new buildings in East Wanneroo will ever get that close to a lake. Also, my belief is that we should never lose any of the sporting grounds along that coastal strip, because they are valued not just by our community for using for all sorts of sports or other uses, but also from a nature point of view. I also know some personal friends that are quite often will sit down there and just do bird watching and taking photos and down there as well. And I believe we actually have a new facility for that. The sports club, rightly so, should go in a new location, another location. The original Sports Hub project was designed to go on the Wanneroo Sports and Social Club end of their car park, and utilising the lie of the land, that would actually work in the favour of being able to put basketball courts, indoor tennis courts and the like at a lower level, while having community facilities up on the top. So it'd be 1.5 sort of stories. But from Christopherley Avenue, it would still look like a single-storey building, but from the Leach Road side, it would obviously look a bit taller. Councillors, I also put in the alternate not to try and miss out on the project timelines. Now, I know that's going to be hard for our administration to maintain, because we're actually flipping the whole project around, and it's going to need a bit of work by our design teams to be able to make that happen. I'm not talking about necessarily completely ripping down the current building. This motion, this alternate motion, will give administration enough leeway to be able to use some of the funding that we've been given by the local member, and to be able to upgrade the facilities down there and to add some of the internal work to that present facility without losing the outside areas, with the play areas, the petanque and other areas. So I think that's most important. Councillor Wright did acknowledge that he also agreed with this motion, and he would have liked to have been online, but he was unable to from where he was. But I did say I would pass on his happiness to support it if he could be a proxy mayor, but I don't know. But anyway, the Sports Hub is much needed. We do need to have the proper boxing facilities. We do need the Scouts to be in a proper facility. As I think it was suggested before, they are in a very, very old shed that has well gone past its use-by date. I reckon it went past its use-by date probably 25, 30 years ago. So we are now looking at doing the right thing in that space as well. I didn't want to take too much more time up, councillors, because we have still got a lot more work to do. This is not over. If we approve this alternate motion tonight, we will still have a lot of work to do. Council will still need to, go through the design process through our forums. We will still need to possibly get information back from administration on possible other sites, if there are some, without it impacting too much on our long-term financial plan. But it is going to cost more money. I accept that. The community accepts that. But at the end of the day, it's what the community require, and it's what we need to fulfil the community needs. And just for those, and I think Mr Dixon did highlight this a few months ago, just with the new development behind us, 900 new homes, 2,500 people going to live there. We need the facility, but it doesn't need to be built on the lakefront. So, councillors, I do ask that you support this alternate recommendation so we can advise our community that we have listened and we are going to rejig it and go back to the original design. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Miles. I just want to clarify, because the change to your alternative happened without very, very quickly. I want to confirm that item B says a new sports hub administration to investigate alternate sites within the central ward for a new sports hub, including lot 504 11 Leach Road, Wanneroo, adjacent to the Wanneroo Sports and Social Club. Is that correct? Because it's not the same as the original alternative that was sent to us by you.
No, thank you, Mayor. I did make a small change in conjunction with a discussion with Councillor Nguyen and also with Administration Director Davies and Nick Starwarts with regard to whether we could have that in that way. The motion is about giving administration some flexibility to be able to...
Yeah, we just need to know that that's what you want to say and that's correct. That's all we need to know. Councillor Moore, would you like to speak to this alternative?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm seconding this amendment because I genuinely believe this is reflecting what the community has been telling us. And I also really wanted to thank you all for coming down to many meetings, for advocating, for being the voice of the community. I think as a council, at times we can believe we're going in the right direction, but this is where community engagement is so important. And instead of being quiet, being able to have a voice. So I just really wanted to thank you. I think a lot of us sitting around here has heard things from very different perspectives, which has also altered the way we look at this project. What is very loudly being said here tonight is that people do want the sports hub, but they want to see the value in it, just not built on our green open space that is used and loved by many families, walkers and the local residents around the area. This amendment that Deputy Mayor Miles has put forward doesn't stop the progress. It just redirects it to a location that can still deliver the facilities we need while protecting the park. Once lost, we can't replace. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting this amendment, and I believe it offers our residents a more balanced community outlook.
Thank you. Councillors, do I have a speaker? Do you have a declaration of interest, Councillor Figg, on this item?
I do. I'd been waiting because Councillor Miles and Councillor Moore really got into their speeches there. I didn't want to interrupt. With regard to item CP02-1225, I disclose that I work in the local members electorate office. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Figg. Do I have any speakers against? Do you have a question? 3 questions? Okay.
I'll be sharp. I'll be sharp and sweet. Mayor, as a matter of governance, can I first confirm that the 2 councillors online have access to the updated alternative in its exact wording and therefore feel comfortable with this proceeding? Because I know when you're online, it's difficult to see the screen, so unless it's on the hub, they won't have seen it.
Ms Platt?
Sorry, the item is not on the hub. It was received moments before the meeting started today.
So can I just, Councillor Seif, can you see the alternative recommendation on the screen, on your screen?
It's very small. I can see the screen above you, if that's what you mean.
Can you read the words? Can you read the words on the screen?
No, there's no way I'll be able to read that.
There
was one circulated in the email.
So you do have a copy of the updated amendment? No, they don't. Are you able to...
But it's a bit different.
Slightly different. So it's exactly the same as the alternative that Councillor Miles put up before, except Part B is similar to what Councillor Nguyen had in his alternative. It states a new sports hub, administration to investigate alternate sites within the central ward for a new sports hub, including lot 504 11 Leach Road, Wanneroo, adjacent to the Wanneroo Sports and Social Club. With that change to the alternative, both you and Councillor Smith, are you happy with that and happy to vote on the alternative with that information?
I just have a question about it, if you allow me, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Rowe, are you happy if I let Councillor Seif ask a question?
More than happy.
Yeah. Councillor Seif, go ahead.
So from what was circulated earlier, and I understand what we have now in front of us, so thank you for clarifying that. Can I ask a question of administration? The funding agreement as it stands, does the parameters of that stipulate that the existing building that's there has to be replaced, or does it say replaced or refurbished? I would just like the alternate to align with the current parameters for the $5 million funding, which the city is very grateful for, to the member.
Mr Storwitz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Seif. The funding agreement states that the purpose of the funding is to assist the City of Wanneroo to undertake major upgrades to the Wanneroo Recreation Centre precinct, including the provision of a new sports hub.
Councillor.
Thank you, Madam. Considering that's the existing parameters of the grant funding, and there's been no submission of a variation of scope, I don't think we're actually able to then go and say it has to be rebuilt, because that's not what the funding's been for. So I'm respectfully asking the Deputy Mayor if he would allow for there to be an inclusion of the possibility to refurbish or use the same words that's in the current agreement of upgrades to be added to his alternate.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, to the councillors. I guess for me is I am saying it's called a new community hub. It's not going to be called the rec centre anymore, that's all. The issue I have is putting a bit of paint on it and changing the doors. It needs a bit more than that. So I didn't want to nail down the actual, we're only going to paint it and refurb it. I think it needs a bit more than that. I've been down there many times, so I don't think we should be changing it where we only say we're going to paint it and change the doors.
Just quickly, the CEO would like to respond to that question too.
I think whatever decision council makes tonight may require engagement with the department to potentially amend the funding agreement. So typically in situations like this, we would wait until there's a resolution of council, and then we would liaise through the department, and obviously that goes to local members, so on and so forth, and through ministers. So I think in calling upon the words that the local member stressed before, whether it was option 1 or 2, it was likely to require some amendment to the funding agreement, and I'm quite sure, looking at Mr Starwatch here, that's the advice that we've received from the department of late. So whatever decision council makes tonight, our first port of call will be to discuss the funding agreement. If we have issues, we'll be coming back to council.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Seif?
Yeah, I just thought that was important to clarify that we don't actually have the legal right to do that. So it would have, thank you for clarifying, CEO. So it would ultimately still have to be subject to a scope variation, which may then look at maintaining the same words, which is upgrades. And I wouldn't want just a lick of paint either, just incidentally. Thank you.
Councillor Rowe, you have another question?
Yes, it's something, and I loathe to have to try and make changes from the floor, but it's something that I'll ask both this mover and, if not, the second alternative. One thing that's been forthcoming, Mayor, is that the local member has not been consulted effectively throughout this process. So I would ask the mover to consider an additional recommendation that requires the city to consult with the local member, Sabine Winton MLA, throughout every stage of this project.
Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, I'm very happy for that to go in as item 6.
Councillor Moore, are you happy for that to be added? Okay, could we have the words?
We'll just get the team to add that in as item 6. We did that. If you got the words, we'll run it up.
So Councillor Rowe, item 6, and I'm reading out loud so Councillor Seif and Councillor Smith can hear it online. Item 6 requires the city to consult with the local member, Sabine Winton MLA, throughout every stage of the project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councillor Rowe? And you're happy with that, Deputy Mayor Miles?
Yes, I am, thank you.
And you're happy with that, Councillor Moore? You're happy with item 6, Councillor Moore? Okay. Councillor Rowe, did you have another question?
No.
Councillor Parker, you have a question?
Yes, please. Where it says a new community hub, would it be possible to put a new or refurbished community hub?
Do you accept that, Deputy Mayor Miles?
Yeah, to get it over the line, I'm happy to change the wording if that's what makes the councillors happy.
Councillor Moore, are you happy with that change? Can we, on item A, could we please put refurbished between a new and community? Can we put refurbished before the word community? Thank you. Or refurbished. A new or refurbished. Are you happy with that, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you very much.
You happy with that, Councillor Moore? Are there any other questions? If there are no other questions, are there any speakers against this? Councillor Nguyen.
Madam Mayor, can I just clarify something so it is a question? Because my alternative recommendation, can I sort of read it out, if that's okay, so we can...
No, I'm sorry. You've already foreshadowed it and we're working on this. And if this falls over, then we go to your alternative, okay? So are there any speakers against this item? Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before speaking, since I've just been re-elected back onto council, I haven't had a lot of, interaction with this particular item for the last few years that it's been on council. If I may take a few minutes of our time to say a few things, Madam Mayor, before I actually speak, which will be quite brief.
It's not a statement time, it's a speech for or against or a question. So if you're speaking against it, please speak against it.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Before speaking, I just wanted to acknowledge the members of the local community who have shown amazing courage, resilience, and also persistence in this matter. So congratulations on that. And I also like to acknowledge our local member and my former colleague on council, Minister Sabine Winton, for her ongoing support. I'm not speaking against the Deputy Mayor's proposed alternative recommendation as such. We have had discussions today, just so it's on the record, and it's really to do with the wording of the recommendation that's been put forward by the Deputy Mayor. And I thank him and I acknowledge his initiative in terms of bringing this forward. So having said that, I do see a potential problem with recommendation 3A. Recommendation 3B has been adopted by the Deputy Mayor, which I greatly appreciate. The remaining issue for me is in terms of 3A. Which I recommended in my own alternative recommendation that we should consider looking at the option of refurbishing the existing community hub and asking administration to do a costing on all of those options, A and B. My concern really is that we don't know what we're walking into with this. We only have to look at the Lansdale Library project as an example, where initially
the initial costing was around $6.8 million only about 4 or 5 years ago. Since COVID, it ended up being $18 million roughly, with half of the space, half of the actual internal space. So I'm concerned that we are not being clear enough in terms of directing or asking administration to consider or to investigate the possibility of refurbishing this and reporting back to council. So what I like to see as a councillor is I like to see a costing for the refurbishment option plus a new build option so that we can have that information and make a decision whether we refurbish or we go to a new build. The same applies to 3B. I would ask that administration provide a costing for each of the alternative sites and report back to council so that we can have all of the information and make a decision expeditiously, because I know the community has been waiting for this, and we just don't want to hold up any longer this particular project. So I speak against the recommendation in the sense that I believe that I can word it a little bit better, with all due respect to the Deputy Mayor. So I ask councillors to consider not accepting the recommendation as it is shown on the screen, and I will provide or I will present my alternative recommendation, which I believe will provide a lot more clarity. This will be a historic decision for the community, and it will leave a long-lasting legacy for generations. And I believe that we need to get it 100% right for the benefit of our community and our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Do we have a speaker for the alternative? I'll go quickly.
Just following on what Councillor Nguyen has asked, when we receive reports and we do have a new or refurbished community hub and the new sports hub, in the report that will come back to us, will it not have already the costings of what each of the projects will be, so we as a council can make an informed decision? Just for clarification, or will administration pick one and present it to us? Because we just need clarification on that.
Ms Davis?
Through yourself, Mayor, thank you for the question. That is correct. Needs, feasibility, costing, locations, etc. will come back as part of administration's diligence on the project ordinarily. So as the recommendation, the amended recommendation stands, that would ordinarily happen, and noting that the avenue for that to come back and report is through the Strategic Projects Working Group that meets quarterly as well before it comes to council.
Thank you. Do you want to speak for the project, Councillor Parker?
By supporting Deputy Mayor Miles's alternative tonight, I understand the concerns of administration as to the perceived waste of time, funds, contractors' payments, etc. However, in my opinion, and I have voiced this loudly and am happy to do so again, Council has the opportunity to create a lasting legacy of care to the environment and protection of the lake and the surrounding flora and fauna. I would like to thank the local member Sabine Winton for her support tonight, and I believe that both levels of government have a unique opportunity before us to make a significant difference to Scenic Park and this magnificent area, and thank the Deputy Mayor for the alternative recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against this alternative? If they have no speaker against this alternative, would you like the right of reply, Deputy Mayor Miles?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think everything has been said.
Councillors, cast your vote. I haven't got a voting screen. Okay, it has been carried 10-1 with Councillor Nguyen against. Thank you. So I now move a procedural motion to bring forward item CSO 5/1225, the annual audit of financial report to the, no, it's the annual report. Sorry, we will wait for everyone to leave before I move the procedural motion, or if you could be very quiet if you're leaving. So I'd like to move a procedural motion for CSO 3/1225 to be moved forward to be considered now. Do I have a seconder for that procedural motion? Deputy Mayor Miles, could we please cast our vote? No, I'm bringing forward the annual report.
No, it's the annual financials. What's the number?
CSO 5.
I apologise, it's CSO 5/1225, the annual audit of the financial report for the year ended 30th of June 2025. That is because we have the auditors here waiting for us very patiently. So I'm happy to move that. Deputy Mayor Miles is happy to second that. Councillors, would you please cast your vote for the procedural motion to bring that item through? Thank you. And that is passed unanimously. Councillor Smith? Yes, she put her hand up.
11.
It's 11. Okay, so we now go to item CSO 5/1225, the annual audit of financial report for the year ended 30th of June 2025. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Figg, seconded Councillor Rowe. Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
Only to say it's a good report, Mayor, and it's good to see the city still meeting its obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Just to acknowledge the extensive work of our CFO, finance team and workers throughout the business, and to thank the auditors for sitting through a great local display of democracy for several hours.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? If I have no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. Sorry? 4, 8. We've got 11, so it's passed unanimously. So thank you for your time.
Mayor, I seek to move a procedural motion to adjourn the meeting for a period of 5 minutes to allow
I'd
toilet
already
break.
decided to do that. You don't need to move a procedural motion.
You do need to move a procedural to adjourn a meeting.
I will adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. Thank you, councillors. The council meeting is resumed at 8:45, and I have a conflict. I have a financial interest in item PSO 1/1225, and as such I'll leave the room and the Deputy Mayor will take over for item PSO 1/1225. Thank you.
Oh, cherries and everything up here. Everybody's back. Was already on. Okay, PSO 1/1225, councillors. The Mayor needed to leave the room. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Parker as the seconder. Councillor Bedworth, do you want to move anything? Oh, sorry, talk about this item?
I will, if that's all right. Thank you. Look, this motion is largely about aligning our planning scheme with the state short-term rental framework. It's not really a question of whether short-term rentals exist or not. The decision's already been made at state level, as we know. And what we're doing here is just ensuring our scheme is consistent and legally sound. That being said, we shouldn't be blind to the concerns that many residents have around short-term rentals, especially with housing crisis as they are currently. And I think it's important for that to be heard, that this decision is essentially to align with the decision that's been made elsewhere. So the issues such as parking pressures, noise, turnover of visitors and things like that are very real, and we hear you. My support for this amendment is not an endorsement of the unchecked short-term accommodation, though. It's conditional on the city using the tools we still have to manage the impacts of this properly. But that being said, it's a real test of our local planning policy, and I'm confident that we have it and it's strong and robust. So for those reasons, I will support this motion today, but with the clear expectation that we remain proactive in how it's managed going forward. And I urge you all to support the motion for that reason.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Bedford. Councillor Parker, do you wish to move? Second the item?
Yes, I'm happy to second it, but I am happy to accept the recommendation, and I say accept the recommendation as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Is there any questions with this item? If not, if you could please cast your votes. Oh, do I do up here? Oh, who's online? Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Okay, councillors, that's 9 for and 1 against. The 1 against was Councillor Rowe, I think. Yes. Good Lord. Thank you, councillors. We'll now ask the Mayor to come back in.
Councillors, we now go to ASO 5/1225, tender number 25200, services upgrades Brazier Road, Yanship. Do I have a mover and seconder for that? Moved Councillor Figg. I think I might second that one because I think I started the master plan on that in about 2014 or 2015, which Nolene helped me put that together, so I'm going to second it. Would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, very briefly, Mayor, thank you. This one is a long time coming, as the Mayor's just said. I think it's excellent to see it progressing to a stage where we're going to see some real works on the ground. The upgrade of the Orion Cafe was a fantastic result for the community, but this really paves the way, so to speak, for a really significant amount of works that are going to be happening in the area. So, yeah, I encourage everyone to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I was originally councillor for up that way when we started the master plan many years ago, and we can't wait until we get the dome open up there and we start realising what's happening once we've got the services up there. We need the infrastructure there before it can happen. So, councillors, I ask you to support this, and I know if Councillor Coetzee was here, she would support it as well. Councillor Seif, do you have a question?
Just a comment to thank administration for the work they did and the engagement with the Aboriginal community.
Thank you. Okay, do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that has been passed unanimously. I now go to item ASO 6/1225, Sustainable Rebate Program Proposal. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Sorry? Microphone?
Sorry.
Procedural
working
motion.
properly.
Do you have a seconder for your procedural motion? Okay, so do I have a mover for the substantive? Councillor Bedworth. Do I have a seconder for the substantive? Councillor Nguyen. And now the procedural motion through, I'm going to. Councillor Moore, what is your procedural motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move a procedural motion for this to be deferred back to the Waste Community Group. Whilst I understand the intention behind the proposal, I'm really not satisfied that this program delivers sufficient value or benefit across our broader community. The rebates are likely to be accessed by a relatively small group of residents that, while cost and admin will have to sit with all the ratepayers, are also do support sustainability initiatives that are practical, equitable and deliver benefit at scale, but I don't believe this proposal as is meets that thresholds. So I'd be asking for support for it to go to procedural.
Do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Deputy Mayor Miles. We go to the vote, please, councillors. Procedural motion is passed unanimously. We now go to CSO 1/12/25. CPO 3, yes. CPO 3/12/25. Do I have a mover and seconder for CPO 3/12/25? If there's no mover or seconder, do we have an alternative? So the motion has lapsed. Okay, CSO 1/12/25, Financial Activity Statement for the period ending the 31st of October. Do I have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Figg, seconder. Councillor Berry. Councillor Figg, do you want to speak to this item?
I have moved this one. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, please. I've moved this one just to be able to extend my own public congratulations to Director Jennings on an excellent, exemplary career in public service, particularly with the City of Wanneroo. And I really thank her for giving us reports that are considered, they're concise as they can be, given their financial reports, and they're very helpful in helping us to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Berry, you'd like to speak to this item?
Yes, I echo what Councillor Figgs just said and would like to personally thank Ms Jennings for all her assistance when we've asked her questions. She's been nothing but helpful to us all, and she's made the accounts understandable for people who don't do accounts, I guess. So yeah, thank you very much, and you'll be missed by us all.
Do I have any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, you've got a question, have you, Councillor Parker? Is it speaking against? Microphone.
Projecting. I think, could we, because we have worked with Mrs. Jennings for so long, possibly have a couple of words of thanks to her tonight?
Yes, that would be fine, but we might do that at item 10, just before item 10, and just get through our business before we go behind closed doors. Okay?
Cool. Thank you.
So, do I have any speakers against CSO 11225? If there are no speakers against, councillors, cast your vote.
I think Councillor Smith had a question.
Do you have a question, Councillor Smith? No, you just...
For another item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that is passed unanimously. We now go to... Councillor Berry, have you voted? Now we're passed unanimously. I now go to item CSO 3/12/25, the City of Wanneroo 24/25 Annual Report, moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Miles. Thank you. I'd just like to speak to this item. Thank you. The 2024/25 Annual Report. Tonight, I'd like to acknowledge the City of Wanneroo Annual Report for 2024/25, and thank you, Director Jennings, for putting this together. This report tells the story of a city that is growing quickly, planning carefully, and continuing to deliver for its community. Wanneroo is changing. Our population has now passed 243,000 residents, and with forecasts pointing to 339,000 residents by 2035, we are planning for the future of one of Western Australia's largest communities. As our city grows, our focus is on planning carefully and making sure services keep pace. Throughout the year, that work has been visible in the things people use every day. Parks that are cared for, roads that keep people moving, libraries that bring communities together, waste and recycling services, recreation programs and support for local businesses. We moved some major projects closer to the finish line, completing the Dordak Kepup Library and Youth Innovation Hub, and continuing strong to progress on the Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Centre, on track to open in 2026. We also completed the Riverlinks Playground in Clarkson, a nationally significant inclusive facility featuring universal access amenities. It was a year of getting things done, with the city achieving a 94% corporate business plan performance result, representing the strongest outcome in the past 4 years, and delivering more than $97 million in capital works across the city, the highest level of capital delivery on record. We also worked hard to bring investment into Wanneroo, securing funding commitments from state and federal governments worth more than $156 million, including $32 million in direct city funding for projects that support safety, access and community connection. There was also record community use of our facilities, with Kingsway Stadium recording a 33% increase in attendance and Aquamotion continuing its strong year-on-year growth. Library programs also saw a 22% increase in attendances, with digital loans up 14.5%. We also invested back into our communities, with 117 initiatives receiving community funding, engaging more than 40,000 participants. There were also 660 youth engagement sessions delivered across the city, reaching approximately 12,000 young people. Kids sport processing exceeded $1.1 million, enabling 4,310 children to participate in organised sport, with the city ranked the highest performing local government in WA for both voucher, volume and value. The safety of our community is always front of mind, with the city's fixed CCTV network expanded to 632 cameras, and the CCTV rebate program supporting over $637,000 in private security installations. Another innovation in water safety for the city was the installation of AI drowning detection technology at Aquamotion, enhancing our real-time safety response capability. These are just a few of our many achievements. As we grow, sustainability continues to guide how we plan and invest, making sure we protect our natural environment while building a city that can stand the test of time. None of this happens in isolation. It reflects the dedication of our city staff and volunteers and the energy and involvement of residents, community groups and local businesses. This annual report shows a city that is not just growing, but growing with purpose and planning confidently for what comes next. Thank you to the staff who prepared this report and to everyone involved in the work it represents. I look forward to what comes next. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to this item? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yet again, another fantastically laid out annual report. And the whole of administration, I know, takes part of this, and it's being compiled by the finance team headed up by Director Jennings. But can I say to the wider community, if you get your hands on one of these as a book, if you can find one as a book in the library, you don't have to turn too many pages to always read something fantastic. You know, just like on page 22, it talks about how tree planting program that we approved some years ago, 4,200 verge trees were planted as part of our annual program. 25,000 tube stocks were also grown. And that is where we're getting to our urban strategy on forests. We've also got the new economic growth areas to the north of the city here, where we're obviously getting involved with small business in our hubs that we've got going on at the new Neerabup centres. But it is one of those sort of books where you look through, and yes, it's got the big ticket items, but it's the small stuff that people really focus on. What's happening in my area, what's happening in my suburb. And this book and this annual report articulates what we've done and obviously what we plan to do in the coming year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm actually going to open the floor for anyone who wants to speak to the annual report, and maybe this is the opportunity to thank Ms Jennings for her contribution to the city at this time. Would anyone like to speak to the annual report? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just briefly speak in support of this recommendation and once again highlight the importance of the council and committee attendance provided on page 61 of the annual report, now with the additional disclosures that had been and context requested by elected members. Now, councillors, there's one name on that table who's no longer with us around this table, and that is former councillor Natalie Herridge. And in recognition of her service, I wanted to read aloud tonight her attendance record because I think it was incredible. She attended 11 of 11 ordinary council meetings, 3 of 3 specials, 1 electors AGM of 1, 5 of 6 audit and risk meetings, all of the 4 budget workshops, 22 of the 23 concept forums, and all 11 of 11 briefing sessions. She ensured that the South West Ward had representation for an entire year. Her achievements and her dedication to the role were outstanding, and I'm sure that's something that all of council would agree.
Thank you. Would any other councillors like to speak to the annual report? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for an amazing report. I'm so proud of this report, and I'm so proud of what this city has given to our residents. I would like to also thank Director Jennings. I'd like to make it a little bit more personal. I would like to thank you, Nolene, for everything you have done for me personally since coming to the city. Your depth of knowledge, work ethic, integrity, empathy, and support has helped me tremendously in my time on council, and I know so many other councillors present and past have felt the same. Your expertise and experience over more than 20 years in the local government sector, profoundly shaped this city's past outstanding and enviable financial standing amongst all of local governments throughout Australia, particularly in high-growth areas such as the city. This is evident with the multitude of awards that you personally and your teams have been recognised for and awarded for throughout your career at a local government level. Your dedication has been inspirational, and it has been my honour and pleasure to be able to work with you. More personally, thank you for your friendship and guidance over the years. Your quiet sense of humour and amazing dress sense has never ceased to amaze, and you will walk out of this building with your head held high. Your leaving has come far too soon. I wish you all the very best with your future endeavours, whichever one you finally choose, and trust your positive influence will be appreciated. Council will not be the same without you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other councillors want to speak to the annual report? If no other councillors wish to speak to the annual report, councillors, could you please cast your vote? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to...
Mayor, may I ask one question, please?
We've already passed the vote on this.
It's not about this. So when you called out the item for the Halsworth item, you just called out the code once. And so if you'll indulge me being on electronically, I have multiple screens and I had to look up the code to see if that was Halesworth. By the time I looked up, it had lapsed and moved on. Okay. So if I could beg the indulgence on the fastness of how that progressed and being online electronically, this is an item that's really important for my community. And with it lapsing, there is no clarity and it's just could be seen as a slight. So I would love the opportunity, taking into the context, the circumstances, for us, for myself to be able to move it to see if we can get it on the floor to discuss, please.
Councillors, are you prepared to bring the lapsed item back on Halesworth Park, CPO 3/12/25? Can I have a vote whether this comes back or not?
Just a point of clarification, Mayor. How does council do that when we've moved through the agenda and we've moved on? So have we got some advice from the CEO whether we can do that?
Actually, can I just say it's actually lapsed and we've moved on. We would actually virtually need the equivalent of a rescindment motion to bring it up, wouldn't we? Ms Coles?
Thank you for the question. A motion lapsing, there's no decision been made on that, so the motion has lapsed, so there's no decision that you can rescind. So there's no procedural motion that you could even move to actually put it back on the table. It would be a matter for the administration to go back and have a look at the item and revisit it and see whether there's something we need to bring back to council. But unfortunately, when an item lapses, it has lapsed and there was no alternative on the table.
Councillor Smith?
Does the Mayor have any ability for discretion in her role, considering the context of it only lapsed due to the fastness of how things were going, if that made sense? So I believe there should be discretion allowed in that.
First of all, I have to run the meeting according to the standing orders. And there's no discretion in the standing orders for a lapsed item. Just take a minute while we have a look at this.
If it helps, I had a similar issue. I'm switching between screens on the one laptop. So by the time I got there,
considered as part of the mid-year budget.
So I can't go back to that item because it's lapsed, but the CEO has discussed something of possibilities that if he would like to share that with councillors so they're aware.
Thank you, Mayor. If I recall correctly, the recommendation was in two parts. The first one was for council to essentially consider the item as part of the mid-year budget review process. That can still occur through various council items, so on and so forth. And then the broader item was to consider the item as part of next year's budget process, which again can be considered through budget workshops. So I'm sorry, Councillor Smith, and it is always a challenge technically, but once an item essentially has lapsed and we've moved on, we've lost the opportunity for it to be discussed.
Sorry about that. Councillor Seif, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can it be brought to the next council meeting?
It was lapsed, it wasn't decided, so it can be brought to the next council meeting. Okay, so now we go to item CS07. Councillor Berry, you have a question?
Yeah, can we please just go a little bit slower? And on the next on block table, could we have the page numbers? And for the benefit of people who are online, can we just keep checking in that they are keeping up? Because obviously we are here and it's difficult. So we've got a few items to go. So can we just try and ensure that they are understanding where we're up to? Thank you.
Sure, Councillor Berry, but that item CPO 3/1225 was an exception. It wasn't part of the en bloc. And I repeatedly said, is there any mover or seconder? And I looked around and I waited and there was no mover or seconder. It wasn't part of the en bloc.
I understand that, but because we've got a great agenda and then we have to keep going through to remove the en bloc because we've gone through, it does seem to move a little bit quicker. And I take, if they're online and they are struggling to keep up, I just think if we could just check that everybody's okay and we've got the page numbers. The en bloc table, if it had the page numbers, would be really useful as well. Thank you.
We'll take that on notice
Thanks.
to have the page numbers for the en
Thank
bloc
you.
in future. So now we go to item CS 07/1225, the Long-Term Financial Plan 2026-27 to 2035-26. Do I have a mover and seconder for CS 07/1225? Moved Deputy Mayor Miles and Councillor Rowe. Deputy Mayor Miles, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I think it's quite good that we got the updated long-term financial plan, and I have been going through it intently. I only had one question to ask administration, Mayor, and that was to the director possibly. Can the director please clarify the long-term financial plan is effectively a bit of a statement of where we are today, and would it be so that maybe in 2 or 3 months' time we would need to adjust it to anything that we're doing as a council while we're moving projects around?
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Councillor Miles. I can't quite read. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Miles. Through the chair, yes, what we will do is endeavour to keep the long-term financial plan up to date, because as you appreciate, there's always changes, and particularly as the new budget comes about, that's more likely to be also a time for change. So the finance team will endeavour to keep it up to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. And just to finish off, can I ask that when this item goes on the hub, that it is, I guess, a dynamic document? I think we've talked about it being dynamic. Can that be possible wherever we're going to place it on the hub so councillors just can go to it and review it straight away?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, through the Mayor. That will take a little bit more effort. The team will be putting that. They're actually changing how they're recording the long-term financial plan, and as they get the new version, they'll probably be able to do that better. But otherwise, in the background, they'll keep it up to date.
Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to the long-term financial plan?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'll just note that this document is 3 years in the making, and it's a significant body of work that has been questioned and workshopped by councillors who attended the concept forums when the matter was discussed. As I articulated through those forums and can now do so in the public domain, I think we should always monitor and carefully watch the scale and the intensity of our capital works program. The city's capital budget has been projected to increase from approximately 75 million then to this current annual budget of 137 million, and then the projected $206 million of next year. Setting aside the issue of capacity, councillors should also reflect on the sacrifices and the hard decisions that will be needed to make in order to achieve this capital spend. In terms of the reserves, which I've always maintained a strong focus on, page 619 of the agenda proper states, and I quote, "The average usage of reserves restricted by council over the 10-year period is 87.8 million, and those reserves will be replenished at an average of 47.5 million per year." Councillors, this means we are spending at almost twice the rate of replenishment. The LTFP also projects high replenishment in the latter 10 years of the plan. However, it needs to be substantiated through a strong reserves plan. What new sources of revenue and opportunities are helping realise this stabilisation of reserves after a decade of significant drawdowns? This is something that we will need to continuously monitor. We should also pay tribute tonight to the responsible leadership that has allowed our city to be in the strong financial position that it finds itself in, and has even a chance of being able to deliver on the ambitions and the goals of the LTFP. As this is the final meeting where we rely and can trust on the guidance and experience of Director Jennings, it is an opportune moment to acknowledge her outstanding service. And I just wrote down a few dot points that I'd like to read out. Nolene has always provided frank and fearless advice to council, sometimes having to tell us hard truths on financial information. She has demonstrated that it is always important to do what is right, not what is convenient at the time. She is highly knowledgeable, an expert in her craft, and has an outstanding capacity to answer questions across each of the service units in her portfolio. She is trustworthy, committed fundamentally to good governance and transparency from start to finish. I think Nolene has made an outstanding contribution to the culture of this business, to the success that we find ourselves in, to the mentorship she's provided to her staff, both current and past, to the councillors that she's been able to advise during that time. She is quite simply the best public servant that I've ever encountered.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item CEO2 1225, which is the review of the council members' continuing professional development policy. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Deputy Mayor Miles, seconded. Councillor Figg. Deputy Mayor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
No, I'm happy with the report. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor. I'm happy with this report as well.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. We now go to item CEO3 1225, appointment of a delegate to Mindarie Regional Council on the 18th of December. Do I have anyone who has nominated to be delegate for this? You've nominated, have you? Sorry, I'm looking for my bit of paper. So, the deputy, everyone's happy with the deputy mayor. Do I have a seconder for the deputy mayor? You're moving it. Who's seconding it? Councillor Berry. Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this item?
Well, just considering that I would have to spend an evening on Thursday night with this gentleman, I commend it to the council.
Oh, there'd be nothing better to desire, would there, Councillor Bedworth, just before Christmas. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
Only briefly, I think the Deputy Mayor is a good candidate to continue as he's got good knowledge of MRC. So I think, given that he's been sat there for a couple of years, I think he's aware of what MRC do and what needs to be done and where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do I have anyone to speak against it? If there's no one to speak against it, please cast your vote. That changed quick. Okay, so I think it's unanimous. Okay, we now go to CEO 4, 1225, appointment of proxy delegate to Joondalup Health Campus Community Board of Advice Committee. Do I have a nomination or someone who wants to be proxy? Councillor Berry, anyone else? Okay, do I have a mover for Councillor Berry to be the proxy to the June? Deputy Mayor Miles, seconded by Councillor Parker.
Mayor, if I could just interrupt at that point, there was some mention earlier that maybe Councillor Smith might have shown an interest.
Did she put her hand up to nominate?
We can't see her on screen currently.
Oh, you did put your hand up to nominate, so therefore we have to go to the vote for that, don't we? So we have to go for a ballot for that. So we, I think it needs to be a ballot. Is that correct? Yes. Councillors, are you all happy for a show of hands? If anyone wants a confidential vote, we have to go to a ballot. Are you happy with a show of hands? Those, including Councillor Smith and Councillor Seave? Are you happy with a show of hands? Okay, so we're going to go with a show of hands. So all of those, as I saw Councillor Berry put her hand up first, who is supportive of Councillor Berry being on the Board of Advice?
Sorry, Mayor. Can I just check to see who the candidates are for the position again?
It's Councillor Berry and Councillor Bronwyn-Smith. Okay, so I will take another vote since that question happened. Who is supportive of Councillor Berry being the proxy? Okay, and councillors, well, we have 8 councillors supporting Councillor Berry as the proxy, so there's only three other councillors in the meeting for that. So I would say Councillor Berry has been selected by the councillors in the room. So Councillor Miles is moving this, Deputy Mayor Miles, and Councillor Parker is seconding it. Councillor Miles, do you want to speak to this?
No, I think the report articulates the outcome.
Okay, and Councillor Berry? Councillor Parker, sorry.
Happy with the outcome, thank you.
Okay, so councillors, cast your vote with appointing Councillor Berry as the proxy to the Joondalup Health Campus Community Board of Advice Committee to attend meetings if Councillor Seif is not able to attend, and 2, request endorsement from Joondalup Health Campus Community Board of Advice Committee of the proxy. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to CEO 5, 1225, the meeting schedule. Do I have a mover and seconder for the meeting schedule? Move Deputy Mayor Miles. Seconded. Councillor Figg. Deputy Mayor Miles, would you like to speak to this item? Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any speakers against? Councillor Rowe.
I will continue to fight the good fight that was fought at Policy Committee, just simply to say, Mayor, that if the meeting policy is to be applied, it should be consistent. Now, this month is a demonstration that the administration is not operating on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays because, of course, it's Christmas month. So if we're going to adopt a policy, we need to consistently apply it. That policy has been inconsistently applied ever since it's adopted, and this is the manifestation of that policy through the meeting dates. So therefore, I'll be voting no on the meeting dates.
Sorry, the CEO wants just to comment.
Don't want to enter into debate, but the policy does cover off on December. So the policy covers December as the 2nd and 3rd. So it's contained within the policy statement that that's how it needs to occur because of Christmas.
Then I should clarify further, Mayor, that there is a 1-week gap between briefing and OCM. Therefore, in my opinion, it's inconsistent.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for? Deputy Mayor Miles, would you like to speak in reply?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think Council's pretty much had the discussion.
Thank you. Councillors, cast your vote. So we have 7 supporting the policy and 4 against, and those against are myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Berry and Councillor Parker. Those for it, Councillor Seif, Councillor Smith, Councillor Newen, Councillor Hugh Newen, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Figg and Councillor Moore. We now go to, sorry, I'm just going to write down fors and against. Councillor Seif, you have a question? You're on mute, Councillor Seif.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge Councillor Smith for the proxy for the Joondalup Health Campus because ironically, it was her suggestion to have the proxy because when I decided to headbutt the earth, ironically, I couldn't attend the meeting. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to item MN 01-1125, Councillor Hugh Newen, mosquitoes from Warradale Park. Do you have a seconder for your motion on notice?
I have Councillor Seif, Mayor.
Thank you. Could you speak to your motion on notice, please, Councillor Newen?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, just before speaking to this particular item, I'd just like to provide a couple of clarifications because there has been targeted miscommunication directed at myself within the community by a number of individuals. I have been accused of lying about bringing this motion to the 25th of November council meeting. And I can openly say that there was a miscommunication between myself and the administration, which resulted in the motion not being brought to that particular meeting as I intended. So there was nothing to lie about that. The second point is that I had left the meeting early on the 25th of November in order to avoid having to present the motion. And again, that is misinformation. I am currently dealing with a terminally ill family member, and on that particular evening, I had to leave in order to attend to my family responsibilities. So I very much don't appreciate the sorts of misinformation that's being spread around. So thank you very much for the opportunity to clarify that. Getting to my motion on notice, I have provided a copy of the background to councillors around this table earlier, including some video snips of the situation, the current situation, which which the community is dealing with in terms of the mosquito and midge outbreak in and around Lansdale. In terms of the background, at the end of September just gone, I was actually made aware by residents of the massive number of mosquito and midge larvae in the swales at Warrowdale Park in Lansdale as a result of I've been told, a once in a 3-decade level of rainfall that we had in Lansdale. So as a concerned resident, I then requested the City of Wanneroo to urgently look into the matter and find a non-chemical solution as requested by the community before an imminent outbreak in the coming weeks as tens and thousands of larvae hatches into mosquitoes and midges, which in itself carries the real risk of mosquito-borne diseases for our residents and community. And in particular, the kids at Lansdale Primary, which is adjacent to Warrowdale Park. Despite the community's request, the city or the administration decided to apply a chemical called S-methylpene into the stagnant water, which so far has not been effective in controlling the outbreak. Now, I know this because I live just 100 metres down the road from where Warrowdale Park is, and like many residents, we are bearing the brunt of the mosquito swarms and bites day in, day out, night in, night out. It is still happening. It hasn't stopped. Residents in Lansdale and as far as Darch and Madley have been affected by the outbreak, and we require the city to take some serious steps and immediate steps to address the issue. The city has indicated that apart from more chemical sprays and letting the water evaporate and dry up naturally, it does not have any short-term solution to offer. I conveyed to the city that there were several problems with doing that, with letting the water in the swales evaporate and dry naturally, because that could take months. Firstly, the mosquito midge outbreak will continue as the chemical sprays have been largely ineffective, exposing residents and the community to mosquito and midge bites. Secondly, as the water dries up, the sludge in the swales would rot and produce a foul odour, which started to happen very soon after the first downpour that we had, which in itself is a health risk because it affects not only the park users but the adjacent residents who are very near to the park, and it also affects the amenity and enjoyment of their property. Thirdly, Sam's Playground, as many of us would know, was specifically designed for kids with special needs, has been underwater for well over 2 months. It had only recently cleared up in terms of water, but there are still water in the surrounding swales, and it remains unusable for the last 3 months or so, depriving kids with special needs the space they need to play. As I said, some of the water has receded from Sam's Playground, and I'm very glad that administration is now looking at doing something about the playground so that we could open it up as soon as possible again. But there are significant amounts of water still left in the swales surrounding the playground, which still contains a large number of mosquito and midge larvae. These were the reasons why the idea of pumping out the water from the swales was suggested to the city as a quick and effective solution to break the larvae cycle, since the city could not offer any other solution up to this point in time. The city says it's working on a long-term engineering solution, which the community welcomes with open arms. However, urgent action is needed still to address the 3 issues that I have identified, namely the continuing mosquitoes midge outbreak, the foul odour issue, and Sam's Playground, which again is unusable as we speak. This would happen if the water in the swales is simply left to dry. Mosquitoes and midges are invading households. Residents have been and are still being swarmed whenever they go outside at night, as I've demonstrated in my short video clips that I sent to elected members and the administration. They are still being constantly bitten, and many kids are coming home from the various local schools with serious mosquito midge bites. Within my own household, I am being bitten constantly every single night.
Excuse me, Councillor Nguyen, you have 5 minutes to speak to your item. Do my fellow councillors want to give him permission to keep talking longer? Yes. Okay, I'll give you another 2 minutes and then we'll review it. Thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you, colleagues, for your generosity. At the end of the day, the city has a duty of care to its residents, and the community shouldn't be left to fend for itself and face the ongoing risk of bites and mosquito-borne diseases. The community needs immediate action and a solution. Pumping the water out of the swales may not be ideal. However, that seems to be the only viable solution at the moment, given that the city has no other solution to offer. The Director of Assets once suggested to myself the idea of pumping out the water into trucks and carting it away. However, that was later denied and not implemented. Continuing to saturate the water with chemicals is not a solution due to the large number of park users, including kids, pets, and adults, and the diverse and abundant wildlife ecosystem in the area. Asking for our residents to continue to put up with this until the water evaporates and breaks the breeding cycle is simply not fair. There is a real risk, contrary to what the administration has said, about the possible outbreak of mosquito-borne diseases in the community. In summary, I just wanted to point out three issues. The outbreak is still there. It hasn't gone away. And this is a serious problem that needs to be addressed. And as I said, I've attached video clips for you all to see. The second point is that I wanted to respond to administration's comment that the chemical sprays have worked. It hasn't worked. What the administration has told councillors in their report, in their comments, that the spraying is controlling the breeding cycle, that simply ignores the anecdotal evidence from residents, including myself. It hasn't worked. We are dealing with an outbreak of plague proportion, I can tell you that.
Councillor, you've had over 8 minutes, probably closer to 9 minutes. Could you please, I'll give you another minute, could you please wind up your deputation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your indulgence. In conclusion, councillors, we are not asking categorically that there has to be a pumping out of the water. What we're asking for as a community is for an effective solution, an immediate solution. The situation can't be left, it is untenable the way that it is being left for residents to deal with the whole disease potential that is our community is facing. So I ask for your support in terms of asking administration to come up with a solution. We don't care what the solution is, but we need this to be addressed. And I would urge you to seriously support the motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
Very briefly, Madam Mayor, thank you. Just pointing out that in the recommendations, so point 1 requests administration to investigate. Point 3 requests administration to assess. And point 2 is the one requesting the action to eliminate the foul odour. So I just wanted to point that out. And I think I do think it's worthy. There are a lot of mosquitoes in Lansdale, and I've seen seen outbreaks in the Shire of Murray, and it just grows and grows and grows. It goes from one body of water to the next. So I urge councillors to support this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Parker?
Madam Mayor, can I ask administration, are they aware of the really shocking conditions that Councillor Nguyen is speaking of? Because when I read the report from administration, it's very clear that what can be done is being done. So now, if, as in the report, what is being done, why do we still have the shocking conditions that Councillor Nguyen is referring to?
Mr. Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. First, the way I mentioned that in the admin comments, that the water which is being held in soils at the moment is actually an expression of groundwater. So what it means is that the groundwater levels have elevated. Previously, there was a report done, and that report indicated that as a development is happening in and around these areas, the traditional groundwater use activities like horticulture, that is diminishing. So there is a less drawdown of groundwater from that area. And also with the further development, there are going to be potentially further rises to groundwater, which you're seeing now, there could be potentially more. When the swales were designed, when the land sale got developed, their function was to hold water initially before it infiltrates down, which has been happening. But given there is an elevated groundwater level, the swales are holding water. And until the groundwater goes down, you won't see too much reduction. Reduction has started to happen. Levels are going down. We are measuring levels every fortnight now, just to see how they're going. So the levels are dropping. So at the moment, there is still water in those swales. Due to that reason, the risk of mosquito breeding was identified, and our health team has undertaken action. And I may refer that to Mr. Piggott to explain the treatments he's undertaken.
Mr. Piggott.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Further to Director Singh's comments, within the administration comment, it does speak to the overview of the city's operations in relation to mosquito control. And it's to be noted that the city is following the Department of Health's guidance on the management of mosquitoes, and the city is fulfilling its duty of care with respect to mosquito control by following Department of Health guidelines. Specifically, in relation to the concerns raised by Councillor Hugh Nguyen, it should be noted that administration is certainly on the same page with respect to the concern that we have for the potential health risks that could exist as a consequence of uncontrolled mosquito breeding. But it should be noted that proactive steps were taken by the city's health services to address the mosquito breeding issue, and that began at the beginning of October and continued through the month of November with treatment of the groundwater swales with both pellets and briquettes of S-methoprene. So in terms of the comment in relation to spraying, spraying has not been undertaken. It's been handheld application of pellets and briquettes into the water. In terms of the larvicide S-methoprene, it's a recognised management strategy to minimise mosquito and midge breeding, and it's recognised as best practice by the WA Department of Health. Furthermore, S-methoprene, it's recommended for use by the World Health Organization as it's safe for use in drinking water supplies to control the container breeding mosquitoes in developing countries. It's a growth regulator. It's approved by the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority, and it's considered safe for humans, domestic animals and the environment. It mimics the insect's juvenile hormone, and it disrupts the life cycle without directly killing the larvae. It has low toxicity to mammals, birds and fish. It's not a broad spectrum insecticide,
and it does not harm beneficial insects like bees, ladybugs or dung beetles, helping to maintain a healthy ecosystem. The intervention measures are successfully breaking the mosquito and midge life cycle and are inhibiting the emergence of larvae into adult insects. Again, S-methoprene does not kill mosquito and midge larvae. It prevents them from developing into adult insects. It's expected that mosquito and midge larvae will continue to be observed in the flooded swales. To assess the effectiveness of administration's management strategy to minimise mosquito and midge breeding, Health Services conducted adult mosquito trapping at Warradale Park and other locations on 17th of November. Adult traps using dry ice and light to attract mosquitoes were used, and an extremely low number of 30 adult mosquitoes were captured overnight in the trap. Again, this is seen as confirmation that administration's 2 larvicide treatments in October and November are effectively preventing the emergence of larvae into adult mosquitoes. Now, that is not to say that there is not mosquito breeding occurring within the locality. A service that administration can offer to Councillor Nguyen at his residence, at the local school and for other residents in the area is that environmental health officers may inspect properties to identify locations where container mosquito breeding may be occurring, and then that gives residents, school operators and the like the ability to install their own mitigation measures to reduce breeding that may be happening on their specific properties. As point of clarification, midge are non-biting, and the odour that is alleged to be created as the geomorphic wetland dries, whilst it is possible that it's causing a nuisance, it is not constituting a health risk in the view of administration. In terms of the risk to public health, it has been confirmed through identification by environmental health officers that of the 30 adult mosquitoes trapped at Warradale Park, only 2 were Aedes vigilax species and only 3 were Aedes notuscriptus species. No Culex annulirostris were detected. These are the most 3 common species that may, and I highlight the word may, transmit Ross River virus and Barmah forest virus, the most common mosquito-borne viruses in Western Australia. So administration takes its risk management in this area very seriously and has conducted a very thorough examination of the wetlands, not only at Warradale Park, but also in surrounding parks. And we will continue to monitor, and we will continue to treat as required, if necessary, with S-methoprene, which is, again, recognised as best practice by the WA Department of Health.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions, and with your indulgence, I think the relevance of these questions will come to light fairly quickly. The first is through yourself potentially to the General Council. There's often multiple ways to describe council, the city, local government. Is the term city defined in the Local Government Act?
Ms Cole.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rowe. So there's no definition of city in the Local Government Act or the associated regulations. However, under the Local Government Act, each local government, which often refers to council and the administration, is a body corporate and has the legal capacity of a natural person in accordance with Section 2.5. So the Local Government Act, as well as many other acts, regulations and local laws, gives powers and imposes duties on a local government. So although a local government is the legal capacity of a natural person, all its decisions must be made and all its actions must be taken by someone else on its behalf. So only a local government's council can lawfully make decisions or act on behalf of the local government, or these powers can be delegated to the CEO and undelegated to directors. So the name of the body corporate for the local government is the City of Wanneroo. Therefore, based on the provisions of the Local Government Act, reference to the city would infer a reference to the local government, which in effect is the council and the administration.
Councillor Rowe.
Thank you for that detailed response. So therefore, it is a fair and reasonable inference that if the term city is used, that it would apply both to council and administration. Is that correct?
Ms Coles.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Yes, that would be correct.
Councillor Rowe.
Final question, Mayor. Therefore, I quote from the Perth Now article titled, "Residents urge City of Wanneroo to act as mosquito numbers surge at flooded Warradale Park in Lansdale," published on the 13th of November 2025. And in terms of relevance, Mayor, it is direct relevance to the title of the motion. The mover of the motion is attributed quotes as saying that the city had an, quote, "inadequate response," that, quote, "it's ridiculous the city is not taking it seriously," and final quote, "if the city hadn't dragged their feet and pumped the water and not pumped the water out sooner, it could have been avoided." And that avoidance is in terms of the relocation of a community event. I wanted, given now that we've established that city refers to council and administration, to give the mover of the motion the opportunity to repeat those words on the record this evening, and then to also ask yourself, Mayor, as the leader of council, and the CEO as the leader of the administration, not to enter the debate, but to respond to those comments which are reflecting upon the performance of this organisation.
Councillor Nguyen, are you happy to affirm those statements you made in the Perth Now article?
Mayor, can I just say this, and thank you, Councillor Rowe, for the question. This issue actually arose before I was re-elected onto council. So the term "the city" is a broad general term that was referring to the city of Wanneroo. Subsequently, there was a reference to administration, which is probably the more accurate reference rather than the city. So that's the context in which these terms were used. I'm not quite sure where we're heading with this particular line of questioning.
Mr CEO.
I've been asked by Councillor Rowe for a statement. I haven't had time to consider the issue at hand. I wasn't previously advised that the question would be asked tonight, so I would prefer to have some time to look at a timeline before I came back with a formal comment.
Councillor Rowe.
Subsequent to that, when the response is released, I would like it to directly comment from the administration's perspective if they agree that the city's response was inadequate, that the city was not taking the problem seriously, and that the city dragged its feet. I want a response to those specific comments. And with respect, CEO, when I first was aware of the motion last month, I gave you advance notice of these questions.
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. I hadn't prepared for your question to be asked tonight, so I apologise if you expected me to be ready for that question. I do note that the administration has provided a very thorough response in the admin comment outlining what we've done. So if you want me to provide more commentary in terms of that in direct response to your three questions, I can do that, or you can take what the city has written in that report of the action that it has taken, which has been pretty robust. It's been an issue that's been on our radar now for months. There's been many discussions inside the city, not only with Mr Piggott and his team, and also Director Dixon, but also with the engineering team. I do note that we are also extending our reach, I guess, and meeting with a state member next week to look at it from a groundwater perspective. And from the Department of Water's perspective. So this isn't an issue that the city feels as though it's dealt with and it walks away from. We know we have obligations from a health and wellbeing perspective. We take those obligations very, very seriously. We have an outstanding team that deals with this issue. I'm really comfortable with the approach the staff have taken to date. There's always going to be various opinions in the community as to whether that's adequate or not, but I'm certainly sleeping well at night knowing what the city's done so far.
Councillor Rowe.
I appreciate that extra context because I think it says almost exactly what I'm trying to get at, that through yourself, Mayor, CEO as leader of the organisation would agree that the city's response was not inadequate, that the city did take the problem seriously and the city did not drag its feet.
Mr. CEO.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm very happy with the city's response.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. In light of Mr. Piggott's response, and thank you for that response, could we ensure the surrounding residents are informed of what the city is doing and the information council is receiving to assist with their problems regarding the swells and mosquitoes at Warradale Park specifically? At this point in time, unfortunately, we have mosquitoes in Quinns at the moment. And I believe my son has problems with mosquitoes in Alkmaar at the moment. So there is a mosquito. I don't think I'd call it an outbreak. It's just that time of the year when we do actually have mosquitoes. We've had a late rainy season. I think it's important that the residents in this area understand that what the council is doing at Warradale Park is acceptable and they are doing a really, really good job. And I think going back perhaps before you were here, the discussion was with Mr. Piggott, it was with Director Singh, that a lot of work has actually been done. So for the residents to be thinking that we are not taking our responsibility, that the city isn't taking this seriously, is not the right approach that we would like to have, or that I would like to have with residents. If there are further problems, and I thank, was it Mr. Piggott saying, if there are outbreaks in other places, the city would actually go and assist with that. But the fact is, Warradale Park is being taken care of. It is being taken seriously. And certainly as a councillor, if it wasn't, I would have been the first one to put my hand up. I'm confident. Well, I hope I can be confident in the report that's before me from administration, because I take this very seriously. Public health is a very serious issue, and I am thanking the city for what they are doing. And for that reason, I will be voting against the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Seif, do you have a question?
I just wanted, it's more of a statement, Madam Mayor, if I may, as the seconder of the motion.
But you've already spoken to the motion, and so you can't speak to it again because as a seconder, you've already spoken to it.
Okay, no worries.
Okay. Do you have a question, Councillor Miles? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. The same as in my ward. We have a big body of water down there that is often creating midgie outbreaks from time to time. But also because of the rising, and this is my question to administration, and I have had many discussions with Director Singh about this. I have two areas of rising water within the ward, Jimbub Swamp Park, which always has about 15 mil of water on the top, and also Da Vinci Conservation Park area as well. My question to administration is, with the rising table of water because of the injection and also through the fact we have the lack of water being drawn by Water Corporation for our drinking water, has administration been having any discussions with DWER about the possibility of, do we have to start moving some of our play equipment away from these areas and make them what they're going to be, a lake again?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. In Council, DW has, we've been in touch with DWER, And we raised the issue with them, the rising groundwater, and suggested what the strategies they will have to guide us in any management strategies. We even suggested, would they request Water Corporation to draw more water from those bores? The response from them was that that is really not going to make much impact, given the nature of activity in the areas surrounding Landsdale, Darts, Medley, those areas is not different. It was predominantly horticulture, now it is not. So that's also causing the groundwater to rise. So they don't think by allowing Water Corporation to draw more water will have impact. And the other thing which they are concerned about, the Water Corporation is drawing drinking water. So superficial aquifer is not suitable for the drinking as such. So that's not going to have impact. Regarding infrastructure, they are suggesting that it is up to local authority to consider their options, and which we will have to do ourselves, that whether we have the infrastructure, do we want to make the infrastructure available 12 months of the year to the community in those areas, or do we have the instance like this year, where certain years, some of the infrastructure may not be used for a couple of months or 3 months a year. Depending upon the analysis we'll then have a conversation with council members through the budget workshops or through the other avenues, and come up with a strategy that should the infrastructure be moved to higher places or do something different. So that strategy hasn't been developed yet.
Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The other question I had, which goes to the chemical that we currently use, I think we use it across the city where it's needed. Is that the same as being used down on the lake by DBCA? And I think we help in that as well as the City of Stirling.
Mr Piggott.
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Miles, Deputy Mayor Miles. Through you, Mayor, that's correct. S-methoprene is the recommended chemical that's used by DBCA, City of Joondalup and City of Wanneroo, who have entered into a long-standing tripartite agreement in relation to the management of midge and mosquito through the Yellowgonga wetland system. So this is the recommended treatment method, and it is what all three agencies use.
Deputy Mayor Miles.
Thank you. Just another question, because I am concerned, obviously, when an area like Da Vinci Park is very similar to Warradale, and I had many discussions with Councillor Herridge, who was having the same issues. We were looking at, I think, in the same location, moving play equipment or actually reverting these places back to their original space where before they dried up, as they're going to be lakes of the future. So is administration looking at doing that in this case? Because although it is a designated swale, swales dry up and then they fill up and dry up. This sounds like Da Vinci. It's now overfull and it's probably not going to go down. So I'd like to ask administration, really, should we be looking at moving the playground altogether or not having that as a play area? Mr
Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that's something which we'll have to consider at a number of locations, given the advice from DWER is along the same lines that local authorities need to consider their infrastructure or have engagement with the community that in certain time of the year, such and such infrastructure may not be usable. So that's the kind of strategy we'll have to develop and identify all those locations and come up with a program if council decides to invest money and then relocate infrastructure at higher grounds or not provide that infrastructure at all. That's something which we will be working through.
Thank you. Councillor Seif has a question. Councillor Smith has just left the room and she was waiting to ask a question as well, Councillor Miles. Yeah. Councillor Seif, can you ask a question? If it's a question, you can't make a statement, okay?
Yeah. Can administration acknowledge whether or not the sludge that's left behind, and I thank the admin for your answer. I think that was a very good answer, and I appreciate the efforts that the city administration has made with the issue. But can you confirm whether the sludge that's left behind is actually creating a foul odour, which relates to item 2 in the motion and is the one that's asking for action rather than investigation or assessment.
Mr Pigott.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I can confirm on behalf of administration that with Warradale Park being part of a naturally formed wetland that is subject to periodic flooding, that what will happen as the area dries out, that some odour will be released due to the natural decomposition of organic matter. And this has the potential to create a temporary nuisance. But whilst it may be considered by some to be a nuisance, that doesn't constitute a health risk. And I can also confirm that the city does not typically need or go through the process of managing odour from wetlands and water bodies. And in relation to Warradale Park, there is no record of any odour complaints at this point in time.
Deputy Mayor Miles, you have another question?
Yeah, just finally, thank you, Mayor. The last paragraph of administration's comment talks about Sam's Playground. You do talk about hopefully having it open for Christmas Day. Is administration on target to achieve that, or do we have to make sure that it is not going to be open for Christmas Day?
Mr Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We are making all efforts to do that, but I can't guarantee that will be the case, given that we've been inspecting that quite regularly. We had the team go out there today as well. There is at the moment, we can't see water in the actual playground area, but I think there's still water there up to 200 mil below the sand play softball area. So we're going to go and dig it out, some portions of sand and mulched areas to see can we replace that sand and mulch, and then is it safe to use for playability. We will be also doing audit on the play equipment itself to ensure that it's safe for use by children. And then that work will be done by our team this week. Then we're going to have external auditor, independent auditor come next week on Monday and Tuesday to do the audit of all the play equipment and ensure that is it safe to use. That another element we have to consider is, do we have safe access to get to that playground, so that all that inspections and investigations are underway. If we don't identify any repair work as a result of those safety inspections, significant repair work, we'll try to open that on 25th. Otherwise, we'll advise council members and community accordingly.
Just to follow up on that one, Director Singh, if the water is that close to play equipment, surely that's not safe for children to play on.
Mr Singh.
Through you, Mayor, that's what we will be checking tomorrow. At the moment, we think the water is about 200 mil below the surface in the sand play areas.
Okay, Councillor Seif, do you have another question? You're not allowed to make a statement because you've already spoken to the item.
Yeah, I do have another question. So the administration mentioned catching 30 mosquitoes. What I'm trying to understand is, knowing the outbreaks that have happened down south historically, are we tracking how many mosquitoes year on year? Are we actually tracking whether there's more and more every year, or?
Bigot.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Seif, and through you, Mayor. In relation to this locality, the city is not tracking year on year because there hasn't been a necessity to do so, because there hasn't been a significant groundwater level rise that's led to the breeding of midge and mosquitoes. So this is the first year in which we've had to investigate and implement a management strategy to get on top of midge and mosquito breeding in this locality. But I guess in terms of context, whilst we captured 30 mosquitoes in the trap overnight after our two treatments, that can be compared, I guess, to other councils that are adjacent to the Swan River and have salt marshes or wetlands where they typically capture hundreds of adult mosquitoes in overnight traps. So in terms of volume and potential risk, that there is context in terms of the fact that 30 mosquitoes is a very, very good result.
Thank you. I have some questions here. First of all, was any traps set before the treatment of the lakes put in to measure how many mosquitoes there were before, to compare before and after?
Thank you, Mayor. No, there wasn't.
So we don't have comparison data. I'm just dealing with that. The other issue is we might be treating the lakes that have the larva in them, but any pooled water anywhere that is left, mosquitoes can breed in. So therefore, it could be at the bottom of pots that have been watered, it could be in bird baths, it could be in fish ponds, it could be anywhere. Are we educating our residents about the risks of leaving pooled water around their households as well? Is that possibly an issue, and do we need to have an education system for our community to understand they can't leave pooled water because mosquitoes will breed in it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In relation to that question, there has been some information that's been passed to the communications team that can be used as an education piece, and the administration is going through the process of making sure that is widely publicised.
Thank you. Would you agree? I live next to a lake and we get the occasional mosquito, but we had really, really bad midge where we were, and people down next to Lake Joondalup had midge 12 inches and 18 inches high in front of their windows before we started treatment. Are you using the same treatment now that was used back then, probably about 10 years ago, to diminish the midge and the mosquito problem in Lake Joondalup and around my little lake, Duck Lake, across the road, which is actually a swale. It's a stormwater drain, I'll just say that.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I guess my corporate knowledge in this space only goes back for the last 8 years, but I can confirm that before I joined the city, there was a summer-on-summer issue with midge, specifically around Lake Joondalup, Lake Goolallow and other isolated spots. And it was common that every spring and every summer that the DBCA, Joondalup and Wanneroo would have to treat its water bodies with S-methoprene and grey bait to get on top of the midge and mosquito breeding problems. And I guess through proactive monitoring of midge larvae and mosquito larvae within those bodies of wetlands and water, what we've been able to do is proactively get on top of the issue and prevent breeding issues before they occur. So by monitoring the number of larvae, we're able to determine whether or not treatments would be needed to actually prevent the major outbreaks that we would have seen a decade ago. So we're very fortunate that over the last 8 years, there would only be a handful of occasions where the 3 agencies have had to actually use chemical to treat. So the occurrence of using this chemical is very rare, and I recall that within the last 3 years that there has only been 2 instances where we've had to treat, which is a terrific result based on the elevated water tables that we're seeing across our expressions of natural wetland.
Further question, would we be able to treat these lakes in these areas in the same fashion that we treated Lake Joondalup as well, that has minimised this risk and this mozzie reed, and put that process into place for these lakes?
Yes, thanks for your question, Mayor. Through you, administration is ready, willing and able to do so, and we've got supply of the larvicide at the depot, and we've got a team of trained and qualified environmental health officers that are skilled in this job. And at a moment's notice, if the need arises, we're able to treat our wetlands and water bodies. But again, we're in a very fortunate position where the need has not arisen, and we're very confident in our abilities to continue to proactively monitor, because I guess prevention is better than cure. So if we don't need to treat with S-methoprene, then we wouldn't do so. And I guess it's only in rare circumstances like this one, which has been raised by Councillor Nguyen, that we do jump to action and we do treat, and we try and do so to the best of our ability as quick as we possibly can.
One other question. If I remember correctly, in the middle of Lake Joondalup, there's a light or some sort of light in the middle to attract the mosquitoes to it. Do we still have that there? There used to be light attraction in the middle of the lake running to attract it. Would that be something that could be used down in the southern suburbs to help with those lakes, if that is appropriate?
Through you, Mayor, I believe there's still a light on the eastern side of Lake Joondalup that gets used, but I guess it's questionable as to the effectiveness of that as a deterrent or an attractant. So it's not something that is, I guess, currently being promoted as something we should roll out any further.
Okay, I just wanted to ask that question because historically. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Moore?
I would just like to speak to the motion, if possible, please. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've heard, I feel like tonight it's really deviated away from what the motion is. I think we've heard from Councillor Nguyen that the community is crying out, saying what has been done isn't working sufficiently. I'm not saying what has been done isn't good enough, but clearly, as someone who lives 100 metres away, it's impacting people's everyday lives. I know for myself, if I'm even in my bedroom and there's a mosquito swarming around us, that is irritating enough. So if you've got residents saying to you that there are midges, that there is an excess of mosquitoes, that area is so widely used by that community. I know for myself, I haven't been able to go to Sam's playground with my kids because of the flooding, but I also wouldn't go there because of the stagnant water that is there. The smell will be there. So I think we need to go back and look at what is the motion, what is Councillor Nguyen saying, because the community is crying out saying it's not working. We need another solution on top of what already is being done. And at risk of also saying what I'm going to say is I think if this was presented by another councillor, would we have a different opinion about this? So I've sat here and I've listened to this, but I also think you've got a group of people who are saying what is happening is not good enough. It's impacting them to the point where it's affecting their everyday life. And I think we've also got to put ourselves in their shoes. If this was happening right in our backyards, what would we be doing? Thank you. So I would ask for support in this motion.
Thank you. Do I have any Mr. Piggott?
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Moore, you were just saying something. Could you just clarify what you just said, please, about somebody sitting or different people?
No, I'm more than happy to. No, I'm more than happy to. I will go on the record, take me to standards panel. I'm more than happy to say that if this was another councillor raising this issue, would we be debating it, or would comments be being made about this if it was another councillor raising it? I understand there is history and it's coming through pretty clear tonight.
May I just say on my own behalf that there is no way in any world that I would be picking out a certain councillor at any time, and that goes directly to my integrity and the way I conduct myself on this council, and I take that extremely seriously, and I find it very upsetting. You don't know me at all if you think that I would do
councillors.
that. The questions that I've asked tonight.
Councillor Parker and Councillor Moore, it is very clear that no questions are to be angled to a council member or discriminatory of administrative staff. And we are borderline going over that. So please, we will cease this discussion now and we'll go to Mr Piggott for his comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of trying to take personality issues or dispute issues out of the equation, perhaps administration can assist in this regard. In terms of the fact that we've done 2 treatments, being on the 9th of October and 3rd of November, I can confirm that there were 3 complaints that were received by administration in relation to mosquitoes within the Lansdale area. And there were no further complaints received since the 2nd treatment on the 3rd of November. So that may provide context in terms of the volume of communication between the community and administration in relation to this issue. So that's a data and a record reflection as opposed to an anecdotal comment.
Thank you. Councillor Seif, you have a question? Councillor Seif, you're still on mute. Do you have a question, Councillor Seif?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd actually lost audio altogether. So I can't see the chamber either. I can only see myself. So my question is, seeing as this is the first year that administration have said is the first year where we've got the higher water table levels, I think that this could potentially be the beginning of an issue. Would administration agree that the intention of this motion is to try to get ahead of the curve and to prevent the outbreak from growing?
Mr Piggott, I think you've asked administration to answer that question, but they've already answered. Oh, Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, as I said in the admin comments earlier, that this is the year when we had extended winter as well, and the advice we got from DWR is indicating groundwater is at elevated level. That can potentially happen again, and that may continue to happen again. So that's why we're looking at what are the solutions possible so that we don't have those issues, don't have problems, especially at Waterdale. That's what the admin comment was saying, that we're looking at engineering solutions. What are those solutions? We are working on it. We haven't got a solution pinned down yet. That probably will also impact the existing park infrastructure like playgrounds, gazebos and barbecues. So we'll look at all this composite way and then bring a proposal to council members.
Thank you. Do you want to ask a question, or do you want to speak against, or do you want to speak for?
I'd like to move a procedural motion under 7.1 that the motion now be put, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Bedford. You still have right of reply on the procedural. Yeah. So we have a seconder. It has to be someone. Standing orders say straight to the vote. Do we have a seconder for the procedural motion? No, it has to be someone who hasn't spoken to the item.
I agree to see if the councillor would be denied his right of reply before we see the second.
In addition to proposing a proper written amendment to the amendment may, at the conclusion of the speech of any other member, which councillor Fig did wait.
Does not deny the right of reply to move of the primary motion.
I still need a seconder for the procedural motion, and then he speaks his right of reply. Yeah. I still need a seconder for the procedural motion, and then the mover of the procedural motion can, the mover of the original motion has the right of reply. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Berry. So we now go to the right of reply. Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll vote for the procedural motion. Councillors. We only have 10 and that's passed unanimously. Councillor Nguyen, could you please exercise your right of reply?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Councillor Moore for articulating some of the arguments very, very clearly and fluidly and convincingly. Look, I think one of the things that Councillor Moore pointed out, which is very, very reasonable, is that this motion is seeking administration's help or the council's support for the issue to be addressed, because what has been done in the past 3 months has not worked. It has simply not worked. And I'll go to some of the comments made by the administration to demonstrate this. I don't profess to be a mosquito or a midgie expert in the field. I don't profess to be a groundwater expert, and I've told the CEO and the director this on a number of occasions. However, in relation to mosquito trapping, it's common knowledge that mosquitoes, once they have hatched, they go out, they spread out in search of a host. So to trap mosquitoes at the site, Warradale Park, at the swales, and catch 30 mosquitoes and saying that's convincing evidence compared to the Swan River, which is a larger body, permanent body of water, is completely counterintuitive, in my personal opinion. So that's one point. The second point is, what administration is saying is, effectively, is that there's not many mosquitoes as a result of the water from the swales. That ignores totally the anecdotal evidence. Whatever we've been hearing tonight from administration significantly ignores anecdotal evidence from residents such as myself. So anecdotal evidence cannot be denied, or it cannot be ignored when it comes from a large number of residents. Administration, Mr. Piggott said only 3 residents complained about this. You know why? Because they've all been complaining to myself instead of lodging formal complaints to the city. That is why I'm sitting here advocating for the residents, for the community. And as Councillor Moore has said, they are crying out for a solution. They're not interested in the technical long-term engineering solutions, with all due respect. They are not. They just want this issue of an overwhelming number of mosquitoes and midges which are attacking them night in and night out, day in and day out, to be addressed. It's the administration's job to find a solution. It's not my job as a councillor, it's not the residents' job as the community to find a solution. I've been asked, what do you think is the solution? I don't know what the solution is. I'm not an expert in the area. I'm a councillor here advocating for my community, and there is a real sense of crying out. If the administration or this council wants to ignore that cry, then I say this. As a council, we do it at our own peril. We do it at our own peril. So I don't want this motion to be turned into something that is completely, off the track. It needs to focus on what the recommendations that are being requested tonight are, which is to find a solution to the mosquito outbreak that is still happening in the Lansdale and surrounding community. I'm quite happy to do away with number 3, quite happy to do away with number 2 if that needs to be done away with. Residents can put up with, the odour. But number 1, in my submission, is not negotiable. So I strongly ask for your support, because this is not some fantasy that's being made up. This is an actual community down in the Southwest Ward crying out for many, many months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Councillors, cast your vote. We're at 5-all, and I have the casting vote to do. With the casting vote, looking at this situation, item 1 requests administration to take urgent and serious steps to investigate alternative and effective non-chemical solutions to address the mosquito and midge outbreak arising from stagnant water in the swales at Warradale Park. The report from administration says that they are using a hormonal treatment on the larvae, which is not a chemical treatment. So they are already doing item 1 that is in the report, in the request. Item 2 requests administration to take urgent action to address the issue of foul odour from the rotten sludge. That is natural environment. Item 3 requests administration to take urgent action to assess Sam's playground at Warradale Park, Lansdale for possible structural and equipment damage. We have heard tonight that administration is already operationally doing that. So therefore, I'm going to vote against this motion on notice as the casting vote, because looking at the requests, I believe that operationally our administration is already doing what is requested in this. And that is my rationale for my casting vote. So the vote is lost for the motion on notice, councillors. We now go to confidential. Could I have a mover and seconder to go behind closed doors for confidential? Thank you. Moved Deputy Mayor Miles, seconded Councillor Bedworth. Can we please vote for going behind confidential? And that is Councillor Nguyen? Yep. And that is passed unanimously. So we now need to clear the chamber for the confidential item. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, please, Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Just obviously while we're waiting to come on, well, yeah, that's fine. In light of the recent discussion we just had, does that mean the CEO will need to write a report and send that up to the department?
Ms Coles.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Miles. There's no report that goes through to the department. We'll just readdress the issue with the CEO tomorrow.
Thank you. And we're back on air, of course, at 22:52. And the item... Oops. Item CRO 125, staff matter, appointment of designated senior employee. Council didn't accept the recommendation of the CEO. The motion was lost. The councillors that were against the motion were Councillor Rowe, Councillor Berry, Councillor Parker, Councillor Newen and Councillor Figg. Those for the recommendation was myself, Councillor Moore, Deputy Mayor Miles and Councillor Bedworth. Therefore, we now go to the date of the next meeting. The next council members' agenda briefing has been scheduled for 6 p.m. on the 10th of February 2026 to be held at the Council Chamber, Civic Centre, 23 Dundebar Road, Wanneroo. Item 13, closure of the meeting. Thank you everyone for your attendance, and I now declare the ordinary council meeting closed at 22:54. Thank you, councillors.